And we are live. Good evening, y'all. How's it going? Wolf Dog? I'm going to have to put an award up there for you pretty soon. First in. Appreciate that. Grammy Heather, White Snake, how's it going? Cartoon Sky. Glad y'all could join in here. Got a little bit of just a bit of a bone to pick, I guess. Comments to make, observations to make, however you want to talk about it or think about it. But I just saw some stuff that just kind of bugs me, and I figure that's what this channel's for, is to give me a place to vent sometimes, and you guys a place to vent sometimes. And Stony Blunny, how you doing? Nadja, Karen, Hot Mama, hello there. Glad you could make it in. Not on replay. Really appreciate seeing you. Ollie Dummer, I really wish DOA would reconsider hiring an attorney. Yeah. There you go. We'll see how that works out. Kyle, how's it going? Prairie, thanks for coming by. I'll just sit here and talk to you guys for a few minutes and see if we can see a few more people come in before I get started on this thing, because I'm gonna play a recording and kind of work through it and do some commentary on it while we go through it. So probably easier just to hang on for a few minutes and chit chat with y'all. Hot Mama, Scotty's probably more intelligent than some attorneys. He knows what he's doing. Scotty's got this. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing about attorneys is, it's their job. And they go to school and they learn, and, some of them come out of school just like any other occupation, but some attorneys come out and, they're fantastic. But some attorneys come out and they aren't worth a shit, and everybody loses sight of that. I mean, that's just the reality of things. And again, it's like any other job. Truck drivers. Some truck drivers have done it all their life, and they can do amazing things. Maneuver in their vehicles, and they're safe, and they're conscientious, and they take it seriously. And other truck drivers have no business being behind the wheel, especially of something that can just destroy things so fast and cause a lot of hardships and damage and everything else. So, I mean, attorneys are, you find a good attorney, it's like finding a good doctor. I mean, you shop around for doctors until you find one that understands what you're going through. And believe me, we, in this household, we understand that concept extremely well. But it applies to anything, really. So you can wish that, Scott or anybody else has an attorney, but I have confidence. And I think a lot of people here have confidence as well. 90, how's it going? Abita, Kathy, appreciate you coming in. And yeah, I agree. White Snake, a good lawyer can be hard to come by. It takes a lot. I mean, look at how many just in the last couple of years that we've watched in action, and I'm not talking about, just for Scott, what he had, or, the ones he had or dealt with, but just in general, look at the track record of some of the attorneys that are involved in and around this community. I can tell you, I wouldn't pay some of them a nickel. I wouldn't even consider having a couple of these people representing me for anything. So I think that there's stuff going on and evolving that make me agree with his decisions. Now, would it be nice to have some top shelf attorney and, have unlimited funds to to run into one that's fantastic and understands everything and has the time to absorb all the information, because that's really the biggest problem with bringing an attorney on, is getting them up to speed on everything. And as most of you know, the the amount of stuff that needs to be presented in order to paint the right picture and paint an accurate picture is monumental. It's just a huge accumulation of data and timelines, and so many different players involved. So bringing an attorney in might sound great on paper, but might not necessarily be the case in real life. Hi, Maureen. How are you? So a little bit. I don't know whether you guys saw the description or not. I didn't put much in it. I'm not really up to doing descriptions and all that, in details, yet. But we're going to talk about some of the crap that's out there around the ice shooting in Minneapolis. And I see there's 2 more people shot in Portland today. And honestly, I haven't watched anything on it, so I don't know any of the details on that at all, other than it happened. But the narrative that's being poured out there about the shooting in Minneapolis is just some of the most insane, bizarre, delusional stuff I've ever witnessed when it comes to something like this. It hurts my brain. I mean, I find myself saying that a lot lately, that things hurt my brain. Usually I can give things thought and hear comments and respond to it and come up with, some justification or some reason why, somebody said something or did something. But this one is just stripping brain cells as fast as I can blink. And I mean, it comes right out of the chute. The the response from Trump that he put out on Truth Social or wherever he put that. Instantly, I said, "Wait a minute! What video did he watch? What information is he given on this?" Because it sure wasn't what I watched or what I saw. And I mean, I saw at least 4 different angles, maybe 5 overviews, close-ups, slow motion stuff, all kinds of it, and the interpretations and the explanations for it. It just, I don't know. I don't know how to respond to it. That's why I'm doing this live, just to put some of it out there and give you my thoughts on it and see what you guys think about it. Yeah, Nanya, I was wondering about that. I was looking a little bit more into it. That's one thing I thought of immediately, is Minneapolis doesn't really need that again, but I didn't think it was too far off, because I did recognize some of the terrain there as far as the following the maps through. Didn't seem like it was all that far away. I didn't realize it was only 4 blocks, but it's just crazy, the people that have to go through this stuff and never ask for it or otherwise. I was just discussed by the chat in MD Media's video last night about the ICE protest. I did not see that, Grammy Heather. I can't comment on it because I didn't see it, but I can only imagine, because some of the stuff that we're going to go through here in a minute, I feel the same way. It's disgusting. It's puzzling, maddening, frustrating. and a lot of unknown as far as where this stuff comes from and how it comes out of people's mouths. Video I saw, the video I saw was it looked like she was trying to get around the car and then get back out of there. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Prairie Breeze. There are a number of videos out there to watch, and I hope everybody had a chance to see the videos of this event. I don't appreciate the fact that videos were put out there that showed too much, but in the same breath, I'll say I'm glad some of the longer version videos were published because it really changes the scope of the story, changes the dynamics of what was going on there. For example, one of the videos that played before the shooting happened that had her car in the same position it was in when it was approached shows her waving a couple of cars by, and I believe both of those excuse me, I believe both of those cars were ICE vehicles, literally waving them by in front of her, and they literally just drove by like nothing was happening. So it's not like she had a 18 wheeler parked across the street or anything. No one was blocked in. There was plenty of space just to drive around. So this whole thing of blocking the street so it was impassable and they had no other choice but to address the situation the way they did is just nonsense too. I've heard that narrative too. Nani says she waved, one ice truck past her. He passed her. She was waving, the second one past, but they got out and confronted. Actually, that's not what I saw, Nani. There were two vehicles that went past her, not just one. The truck that they were in was the third vehicle, at least what I saw. There were two vehicles that clearly went past her vehicle. Yeah, that's Sky Spy. That's a horrendous thing to even think about. that her wife jumped out and videotaped this and was within feet of all this happening. Yeah, Nani. I just that's the main thing is the number that went by really doesn't matter. It's just the fact that what really matters is that she wasn't blocking the entire street, and there were no other cars parked right there. They were able to pass her unimpeded, and they didn't hesitate to drive past. And like I said, the extended version actually shows her hand out the window, waving them past, and it just doesn't sound like somebody was, snarling and growling to get them to stop and not let them drive by. Does anyone know where the footage's origin is? There's different. You mean the source, White Snake? There are different sources. One video is from her wife. Another one is another protester, I'm assuming, that was out there, or a protester that was out there. There's another one I saw. I don't know who had it. It was unclear who it would have been. It ended up being on like the opposite side of the street. And there's another one that was taken from. Those are all cell phones. Everything I saw was cell phone video. Did not know if it was phone or security. Yeah, no, it was all phone stuff. And there was another one that somebody was up. They were like in the direction she was traveling when she was trying to drive away. Maybe another 3 houses down that direction on the same side of the road. Somebody was in an upstairs room or balcony or something like that. That gives an overview of the whole thing. And I've watched that a few times, and I've also listened to people offer their twisted narrative about what that shows, which to me, for what my eyes see when I watch it, just doesn't add up to what the video shows. let's say, for argument's sake, she did nick the officer. Does that justify 3 shots to the head? The one thing I'll say is I want to try to refrain from the hypotheticals, because the fact of the matter is we've got a bunch of videos to look at. Bridget, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I say absolutely not. There's so much of this that I want to get into and talk about that applies to all these different questions, I think, and all these different angles. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this live, is to kind of get a feel from you guys what you think about it too. Yeah, the answer is no, and there's more to it than that, though. The legality of it in general, the training that they go through, should have prevented all of that. But what they're legally allowed to do and not legally allowed to do plays into it as well, or should have played into it as well. But obviously, again, watching the video and understanding the circumstance there to the best of our knowledge through the video, those things didn't apply. But all right, so what I want to do first, and I need to see if you guys, I need to know that you guys can hear this. It's not a big deal to hear it, because I don't think there's a lot of commentary, from the channel host. But what I'm going to do is I want to go through some of the comments that were made, as that particular chat was, I think they had watched it just prior to this, and they were giving commentary. And I think once we get into it, you'll understand, what the gist of the whole chat was. I'm interested to know the agent's history, if he's ex-military or what. I don't know that. There's speculation out here now that he was involved in another incident 6 months earlier, or X amount of time earlier, where he broke out a window, driver's side rear window, and was drugged 300 feet down the street or something, and had a number of cuts and bruises and things, where he needed like 30 stitches or something to get patched back up, that he was involved in another vehicular situation. I don't know the details of that. I just saw it on a stream, a channel, a creator that I know most of, if not all of you guys know, and I'm not going to say his name because I really don't want to get into anything with him. But he made a really ridiculous report on it, even to the point of there were 2 cars shown in the whole video, and he misidentified the car, which didn't surprise me at all. But there was talk about it, and that's what drew me to that. Yeah, I'd say he needs to stop attacking cars. Sounds like somebody else we know attacking cars. Hey, Anthony, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you had a great day. Don Lemon has a video with Michael Fanone today. Is a good one to watch about the shooting. Breeze, is that what the Fanone video is about? His take on the events, or is it something unrelated? But all right, I'll watch your answer on that. Yes, cool. Yeah, I'll watch that. I think I would appreciate what he has to add to it. All right, I'm gonna play this, get it started, and like I said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop it. It's like 7.5 or 8 minutes long total, but I'm gonna stop it to read through these comments. I thought about putting it on the screen, but for me right now, it'd just be easier to do it this way. So maybe you can hear some of. I think a news report is playing in the background. I don't know what channel it was or what station this video was put out on that they were listening to, but anyhow, I'll get started with that.
And that it was defensive action on the part of the officers who feared for their lives.
Important to note, too, she was asked the question whether this would pause or eliminate ICE operations in the Twin Cities shooting.
Okay, so you guys can hear that, okay? Not, like I said, not that you need to hear it. It's just a background thing. They're just getting into this. Like I said, I think they watched the video, one of the videos of the incident, and started in with their commentary. And there was stuff, like, was she following ICE? Was it justified? Channel creator, what's your opinion on it? Never did hear completely that part of it, and I'm just going to leave names out of this, just so we don't get sidetracked on that type of stuff. But this comment was, ICE vehicle got stuck in the snow. Now, the only reference to that has been a couple of statements from high-end people. Christy Nome made an outrageous statement about things. Trump made an outrageous statement about things. And I don't remember which, I think it was her that I heard say something about one of the vehicles was stuck in the snow. Now, I get they want to throw something in there, but I don't understand in that circumstance, in a very suburban area or urban area, I guess, why it's an issue about being stuck in the snow. It just really doesn't have anything to do with it. But that's one of the things they had to throw out there. Whether it's a distraction or anything else, I don't know. But it begins to tell me right away that people are grasping for these details, and the things that people are drawn to is interesting to me, to see how they, what information they pick up from a statement or a video or otherwise. But the first one I marked here was the ICE vehicle got stuck in the snow.
Was vehemently adamant about that, saying no, those operations will continue. She went on to give us a statistic about 1,500 have been taken off the streets of Minneapolis since they began these operations. There was also a very clear level of animosity between Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Governor Walz. And
okay, so it didn't take long to get more commentary going, and the next comment, and this is by a different person now, said looked like cop was in front of her. Okay, I thought, okay, that's your first comment. I agree with that. It looked like the cop was in front of her at one point, not particularly just stationary, but yeah, in the front end of the vehicle for sure, out in front of the vehicle. But then that same person, the very next comment they make, she drove and turned at the cop. Okay, they make a reasonable observation from the same video that I was watching, I'm assuming. And then they turn around and they say she drove and turned at the cop. And anyone that has seen the video is going to know that that is just blatantly false. I mean, blatantly false. You can watch the wheel turn. She backs up. She starts to move forward. As soon as she starts to move forward, the wheel turns to the right, which is going to be away from the person that was out in front of her. So, again, to the title of this, are we dealing with lies or delusions? Are they purposefully lying about what they saw or what they want to put out, or are they just so delusional that they don't understand how whacked out it is to say that, when there's all these videos? But yeah, she drove and turned at the cop. And then the next person says, I think she might have been trying to obstruct them. We don't know that. And you can't make that determination from watching the videos, because none of us that just watch the video has any idea what the actual circumstance was leading up to that moment. Maybe she was. Maybe she wasn't. Hard to make an assumption on that.
She made a point to argue a point that Governor Walz made, that ICE or federal agents do not cooperate with him at the state and local government. She said that's just not true. That it's actually the opposite. So there is part of the back and forth that has already begun to occur as this process begins to become politicized, as we knew it would be.
Yeah.
All right. So back to the person that said that she drove and turned at the cop. There was one comment in between, and then that same person said allegedly. And as soon as I see people write allegedly, typically in this whole internet world we live in, that's telling me that they know that what they're saying is provocative, could get them in trouble for some, at some points in time. But when they say allegedly, that's their way of covering their ass to think that they're immune from problems from saying stupid stuff. So, and again, I don't know exactly what they thought about it, but they put allegedly in there. And then another person says she was blocking the road and they tried to get her out of the vehicle. One officer was standing in front of the vehicle and she floored it from what I saw. Quote unquote. She floored it from what I saw. Hey, Altifa, how's it going? GSP, how you doing? Trump outright lied that the ICE agent was in the hospital and not sure if he would survive. He lied about a whole lot more than that, but we can. I want to hit a couple of those points, once we get through some of this stuff. But yeah, it's obvious. But I'll read it again. She was blocking the road and they tried to get her out of the vehicle. Point one, she was blocking the road. Like I said, just before this happened, 2 vehicles drove by, literally almost unobstructed by her vehicle. There was tons of room to drive right past her. So she wasn't blocking the road. Second part, they tried to get her out of the vehicle. Now, has anyone watched the video with sound on? Because the first few videos I saw didn't have sound. And then I heard it. I heard what was going on, and you can hear it pretty clear in the video I watched, and I think one other one had pretty good sound on it too. 97 Strong, how you doing? Glad to see you come in, jump in on the conversation. Should be an interesting one. But tried to get her out of the vehicle. Did anyone hear what was said to her? Because it wasn't much. But I can quote it, and I can tell you exactly what was said. When the truck pulled up and stopped and the 2 guys got out, the one guy that went to the driver's door, went right to her door, said, and it was pretty clear on the video, he reached for the handle of the door immediately and said, "Get out of the car." That he repeated, "Get out of the car," yelling through the window. And then followed that with, "Get out of the fucking car," yelling it. And that was right when she went to back up and pull forward. Those were the 3 things that the guy said through the window to her. Okay. So the observation or the statement of they tried to get her out of the vehicle. I'm sorry, but that's not how law enforcement of any level that I know of is supposed to get people out of a vehicle in that circumstance, especially. I mean, that's just not how it's supposed to work. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Yanking on the handle of the door. Most people, I can tell you right now, that would scare the shit out of you, because with the way things are in this country and otherwise, and all the stories you hear and everything else, tell me that doesn't freak you out, no matter what. There was no under the arrest. There was no other commands. Those 3 things that was it. Yeah, her name was Renee Nicole Good, and I hope people do say her name. I can tell you, as far as that happening, that freaked me out. I've dealt with cops, not a ton, but enough times in my life in different situations. But that, again, things are somewhat heightened just because of what's going on, and then to have them come up and try to rip your damn handle off your door, basically yanking on it. I've had 6 U.S. Marshals do that to me. You badass, White Snake. What are you doing to get 6 U.S. Marshals? No, don't even answer that. That's crazy. Maureen, no, they're not actually legally allowed to do that either. Maureen says he could just shoot the tires. They're not legally allowed to do that. There are literally, in that situation, I don't think there's any circumstance that's a justified reaction. Compared to what they did, yes, shooting the tires might have been a better option, but even so, I don't want to throw, again, hypotheticals out there and say, well, maybe he could have just done that. No, they're not allowed to, because the problem with doing that is you shoot a firearm down toward the concrete or asphalt. If there's anyone on the other side of the vehicle, you're putting their life in danger, because bullets ricochet all the time. And the rubber of a tire is not going to slow it down much, especially most of the sidearms they carry. It's not going to slow it down much. So you could be killing somebody. So that's why you're not allowed to do that. Okay. They tried to get her out of the vehicle. One officer was standing in front of the vehicle, and she floored it, from what I saw. The officer came out of the other vehicle that was on to the right of her vehicle, came across the front of the vehicle, X number of feet apart, from him to the vehicle. And when she was backing up, he just was reaching the driver's side corner of her vehicle. He was like right in front of the headlight, I'll say. When she put it in drive to go forward and turn the wheel to the right, that was to turn away from the guy in front. And it's obvious that you can see that. It's obvious. The other part of this, the last part, and floored it from what I saw. I don't know what the fuck this person was looking at, but they weren't watching what I was watching. And they didn't rewatch what I rewatched. And they especially didn't see it in slow motion. Because the slow motion shows this front wheel drive vehicle on an icy road, because you can tell it's icy because they were walking pretty carefully throughout the whole video. There was times where you could tell it was pretty slick. The front left tire barely spun as she was pulling forward. It wasn't until after the shooting that the vehicle really accelerated and went down and hit that other car. So just reading this all together, she was blocking the road, and they tried to get her out of the vehicle. One officer was standing in front of the vehicle, and she floored it, from what I saw. Again, just making the assumption that they have to be watching one of the 4 videos that I watched. I don't know how they get that. I really don't. It just doesn't. None of that really fits what you can see in the video. And ignoring things, I don't know if that's the right time to do that. But the bullet hole was in the bottom corner of the driver's side windshield. Yeah, see, I wasn't sure on that. That's the one thing that I don't think the videos show real clearly, but it seemed like the first shot went through the windshield. It was either the bottom corner of the windshield or the very front corner of the driver's side door window. But I couldn't tell from any of the stuff that I saw. It seemed like it would have been through the bottom corner, just the very, very corner of the windshield. But you can also see that officer was not hit by that car. It didn't run over his feet. You can see that in the slow motion clip that they have. You can see that it didn't go anywhere near his feet. I heard someone this morning saying, "Oh, look, she definitely hit him because it lifted him off the ground." No, it didn't lift him off the ground. His right foot was on the ground. His left foot was off the ground when these people were watching the video that I was watching their stream. And the left foot was off the ground, which is a natural movement to move backwards, which is what the direction he would have been moving at that time was. but never was he lifted off the ground by that vehicle. And then the second two shots came through the driver's side door, through the window. Driver's side, bottom corner of the windshield. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. It's very, very positive. The angle and everything else that I saw, that makes sense to me. I just saying I didn't see it for fact with my own eyes. But that's what would make sense to me, Annie, is that's where it would be. And then the second two were clearly through the side glass, because the vehicle was basically passing him at that time. And keep in mind, the term on that would be a fleeing vehicle was past him at that time, because a fleeing vehicle is a real critical point to all this that we can talk about in a bit. Moving on.
The relationship has obviously been fractured for a long time between these various parties. And so, I mean, we've heard our state and local officials speak publicly about their request for ICE to not be here in the numbers that it is here right now, and in the ramp up to this big surge with 2,000 ICE agents coming to town.
Again, I'm not going to comment on what you're hearing in the background. It's just part of what the broadcast was for that. I did see it, David. Annie, I appreciate that information, and like I said, that checks with what I thought. The first time I talked to Lisa about it today, that's actually what I said to her. I think the first one went through the bottom corner of the windshield, and then the second two through the side window. That's just how the angles and everything else that I was seeing. That's what it seemed like. The guy in the back may have gotten some glass or snow thrown at him, and who gives a fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of things going on there that don't even relate at all to this. I don't care what was going on. To lose sight of what actually happened, that a mom lost her life. Anything else doesn't fucking matter at all. And I wish more people would get that. It just I don't give a shit if you get hit in the forehead with a snowball. It doesn't matter. And it seems like far too many people are losing sight of that. Okay, so this is the one that I'm going to say that this person comments a number of times, and this is the main reason I'm not naming names here, because it would convolute the whole thing. But the next comment is, "Oh my God, I just saw the incident of the shooting. She ran over the ICE agent." Anybody? I mean, oh my God, I just saw the incident of the shooting. So I just watched the video. Hey, Adrian. I just saw the video, and the ending after the comma was, "She ran over the ICE agent." Now, anyone want to tell me whether one of two things happened here? She either watched the video or she didn't, or she's going by what she read that someone said. And does everybody know who said that part? That the ICE agent was run over, taken to the hospital, and trying to recover right now. Yeah, it's 100% false. There is just zero reason for anybody to say that. Yeah, I'm sure that's why he walked away. Didn't just walk away. We can talk about a little bit more about that too. As related to this statement. Yeah, Nanya and Kyle and Jessica, exactly right. I'm assuming that's where they got their information. They may not have watched the video, because I'm not sure how dumb you have to be to watch that video, then read what he said and pick what he said over watching the video. That doesn't make any sense to me. That will never make sense to me. Yeah, she didn't run over his feet, didn't bump his leg. There was nothing there. There was no his hand, I think his hand was on the hood of the car at one point. And again, this is from different angles. This isn't just one questionable angle. This is from different angles. You can see all of these details, and they all line up to show the same thing. There's not like 4 different versions that you see from 4 different videos. It's just not a question. But that, that was the first, jewel or gem from this person. Very next comment from someone else said, I heard the ICE agent is in the hospital. Okay, that's one of the first comments since I started talking about this that actually made sense to me, because that's very possibly what that person was going by. They heard the ICE agent was in the hospital. If they read Trump's statement, there you go. That's where they would have heard it from. It's a complete and bullshit lie, but that's, that makes sense to me that this person could have, heard that through that statement, or somebody reading that statement, or otherwise. So I get that comment. And then one of the first people that commented with the nonsense about turning toward the agent comes back and says, I didn't catch anyone getting run over. So now this person that said they turned toward the agent is also now the one that says, I didn't see anyone, or I didn't catch anyone getting run over, which kind of completely contradicts the first thing they said. Coming in later, you discussing the shootings or yesterday, the Minneapolis, Adrian. Sorry about that. What I'm doing is I'm going through a chat that I recorded 7 or 8 minutes of during a live stream when they were watching this for the first time. And I'm reading some of the comments, giving my input on it, looking for your input on it, everybody's input on it. And then once I get through this, I, just want to kind of have a back and forth and just see if anybody can make sense of all this stuff. But yeah, that same person added that. And somebody followed that with, oh my God, of course. 90, yeah, if you haven't heard, it was this afternoon, there was 2 people shot in Portland. And I apologize that I don't have, oh wait, who said that? Oh, 97, I'm sorry. Good answer, 90. I don't have any information on that. But we'll continue on. I don't want this to take an hour or anything. Just trying to go through it. Come on, fat fingers.
Governor had also said that he anticipated unnecessary violence as well, and he worried that somebody would be hurt and lose their life.
As the legal battle sets up, something we talked about with Paul Bloom and Tim Blatz a moment ago, and she was very clear that she is adamant about the fact that this officer feared for his life, that he did exactly what he was trained to do, that the weapon, or that the vehicle was being used as a weapon, that the woman behind the wheel had weaponized her vehicle.
All right, that was the only part of this whole background that I thought was really pertinent to what was going on, and again, the false information. Whoever made the statement for them to read just fed them full of bullshit, because none of that is obvious. None of it from any of the angles of the videos. None of what they just said on there jives. It just doesn't. Aslan, I don't know how to say that name, but what you just said, as far as your observations on that. Hang on a second. Come on, this thing is not super friendly. He put himself in front of the car. I saw shots fired, and I just touched something and just covered the whole thing up. And now it's gone. Anyhow, the comment you made, I agree with completely. That's pretty much an easy call on what was said, what was done. I think what everybody should have seen if they were believing it. He put himself in front of the car. I saw shots fired, and driver either instantly died or unconscious, and the car accelerated as a result. I first saw the clip without knowing any of the story. Yeah, and that to me is a rational observation of information that your eyes are seeing and that your brain is processing. That's what, to me, what should come out of almost everyone's mouth by watching what I saw. Why do they think she had malicious intentions? Well, here's my point, or my take on that real quick, because that's part of what the background said, is that they said she had malicious intentions. Whoever fed that to the news stations, I think were lying through their teeth, covering their ass. Let's say I'm gonna guess either one of the agents relayed that information to a higher up, and the higher up put it out as a presser, or something to that effect. But I don't know. I don't know that there's anything on videos that I saw that would justify that type of comment to be put out to a news outlet. I just don't. There's nothing I've seen that could, support that. I can make guesses on where things came from, and I don't really want to make jokes about this, so I'll refrain from some of that. But I'm not American, but I'm crying for what is going on over there. My cousins, my sisters, damn, just holding my breath till this shit show's done. Yeah, you're not alone. Believe me, you're not alone. Yeah, Adrian, I don't know what the details on that. You guys can talk amongst yourself on that one, because I don't have anything to add, because I just haven't seen anything about it. And with this shit, I certainly don't want to talk about it if I don't know anything about it. So, okay. So anyhow, let me see where we're at. The same person that said the ridiculous thing before, just the one before, said he is in the hospital. Somebody asked about the agent. He is in the hospital. Bullshit. He was not in the hospital. He had no reason to be in the hospital. He wasn't run over by a car. She wasn't bleeding. Didn't have broken bones.
The woman had been stalking and impeding their work prior to this, and that she used the term "ran over the officer." Again, all these things will be cleared out through an investigation that has already begun.
Yeah, the FBI already beginning that investigation, the BCA assisting from the state perspective. And these are situations that take a great amount of time and care. Again, there is the legal aspect of it when you are talking about an officer-involved shooting, and whether or not you can justify that shooting because you feared for your life or you feared for the lives of others. And all of the video that they are able to obtain, and whether or not there's body cameras as well from the officers, they'll have to go through that very carefully, get eyewitness accounts who were closer to those vehicles as well.
All right. So the same person that just has their head up their ass says one thing that I probably didn't register with the rest of the people in this chat. But they said absolutely no one should risk their life. It destroys communities. So in the middle of these psychotic statements this person is making, these completely delusional statements or blatant lies, they say absolutely no one should risk their life. It destroys communities. I don't really know what that means, but it's the only thing this person said that wasn't created of delusion or intentionally typed as a lie. It just didn't really connect anything. But now the very next thing they say, which is the very next comment, so they have three in a row. It says, it looks like the agent was in shock and protected himself. Hold on a second. I gotta plug this in before it dies. It looks like the agent was in shock and protected himself and the crowd before the vehicle rammed into a crowd. Once again, is there anybody in this chat that watched a video that even remotely showed that circumstance? It looks like the agent was in shock. Pretty amazing. You can tell that from a video with a trained law enforcement or supposedly trained law enforcement officer. Looks like the agent was in shock and protected himself and the crowd before the vehicle rammed into a crowd. I mean, yeah, what crowd? There was no one on the street, at least, in the direction of travel of that vehicle when she put it in drive. There was no one on the left side. There was no one on the sidewalks that I could find. And I went back after I read this stuff, and I went back and checked. There was no one on the left side. There was one person behind the vehicle on the sidewalk, I think, and there was another to the right, also on the sidewalk. That's it. No crowd, no nothing. But this is the information that this person's putting into this particular chat while they're deciphering their feelings and thoughts and observations about this video they watched. And the third thing was adrenaline is a dangerous factor. Okay. Again, they're making excuses for the ICE agent is where they're coming from. They're making up whatever kind of, cover and excuse they can for the ICE agent. A woman's life is gone, be damned, right? Who gives a fuck that a woman died and left a 6-year-old at school? It's a challenge to process that shit. All right. Three comments down, that same person comes back with, she was given a warning since the agent was in front of the vehicle and she kept going. Okay. I spoke the exact quoted words that the agent at the door said to this lady. I mean, it was very simple. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Okay. Now, I'm not sure how this person categorized that as a warning that there was an agent in front of the car, for her to ignore that and just keep going. Yeah, Jessica, they did. And it's so eerily similar and nauseating. You would think after some of the stuff that's gone on in this country, even since then, that people would have learned from it, but obviously not.
You see what conclusions will be drawn, but we know in terms of public sentiment, a lot of conclusions and emotion are already being felt as a result of what happened today.
And speaking of that, just from a public perspective, and speaking to you folks at home right now, these types of targeted arrests and taken into custody will continue. Christy Nome was very adamant about that. I don't think there's any question about it.
All right, so the next person is different. This is a different commenter, right? She had a little one. 97, she had 3. Unless I'm missing what you're talking about. Yeah, she had 3. Okay, another person comments and says, the way I see it, law enforcement and ICE agents have to live in constant fear for their lives. No one should be surprised when they fear for their lives and take action. I could talk about this one for 3 hours. Because this is the whole thin blue line mentality. And again, woman's life gone, be damned. You respect these cops. You respect law enforcement agents. And no matter what, you obey them. You don't ever challenge them. You don't ever ignore them. You never let your emotions take over and try to drive away from somewhere that you feel danger in, where somebody's trying to rip your door off your car. Or you just don't do that. You're not allowed to in this country. That's what they're saying. And then no matter what, if they fear for their lives, they're justified. Now, I can tell you that the videos that I've watched, I'm not sure that I ever saw any circumstance where any of these law enforcement officers, considering the training they go through to even become an officer, I don't know that I would have seen anything there that would have made me fear for my life. Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, Hellboard, there's a number of different arguments with the whole less than lethal and all that, but there's still even more to it than that, as far as what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, how they're trained, what they're trained to do, what they're trained not to do, and they were the incompetent aggressors. Yeah, Jessica, I agree with that. I'll disagree with seeing that one.
This does not, in her view, allay any attempts to remove from the streets of Minneapolis the people they perceive as not either belonging here or criminals that need to be out of this country. So for you folks at home, today's incident is a stark reminder of how violent it's getting out there. We've seen it in prior incidents, and we will continue to see it based on the fact that these are going to continue. The federal government and those officials are adamant about continuing the operations, and state and local government are continue to be adamant about the fact that we don't want them here.
All right. So the same person who talked about the law enforcement said this just a short time, that amount of time after. And it was partially in response to what somebody else said, but what the other person they responded to said doesn't really apply. I'm not sure how they came up with it. But they said, and there are so capitalized many agitators. We see the videos. There are so many agitators. We see the videos. That comment, based on this circumstance, this incident, this happening, all that is pushing a narrative. That's it. It's just pushing a narrative. They gave no thought about what they said and how it related to the video that they're talking about at the current time. What all of us saw. They couldn't have, because you certainly couldn't identify anybody in those videos as agitators. And this was pretty early on when they were watching this, so there wasn't a whole lot of information that had been put out yet, other than some of the main statements, like from Trump and Noam and all that. And it was just hitting the airwaves. It had only been out for an hour or two at this time. So they didn't have a whole lot of information to base that kind of statement on. So they make that assumption and they put it out as a statement to pass along the narrative that's out there. And they're doing it in this chat real time, responding to what others are saying and reading. It just doesn't fly. It doesn't hold water at all. That person also followed that with, excuse me, adrenaline kicks in and it's fight or flight. Okay. The only comment I want to make to that, and the only reason I marked it to comment on, is, again, law enforcement officers go through a lot of training, or at least they're supposed to. Part of that training is controlling your emotions, controlling those adrenaline rushes. And there are ways to do it, and they're trained on how to do that. Okay. It's one of the problems that's going on in this country right now. They're hiring these guys so fast, offering $50,000 bonuses. They're given hardly any training right now. They're just put out on the street with a jacket with big 3-letter word on the back, a badge, and a sidearm. And hopefully there's something coming out of Congress real soon that's going to help resolve some of these issues we're talking about and bringing up. But Sunday, yeah, I think everything. It's I don't even know if I would say a lot of it. I would say everything. Until something changes on that, the crazy is just going to keep coming.
so much tension that exists right now in all aspects of political environment, and then when it comes to these ICE operations and just viewpoints in general, there's just a lot of tension that exists in our world.
That's why I took the video away.
We showed the back. They showed as well, who's been out there since early this morning. This all happened.
She had brown like Ugg
this
boots on,
morning.
and she was like
And then
leaning.
we've been on the air covering it ever since. And so, Corin, tell us from your perspective what you're seeing now.
Yeah, it has, calmed down a bit. I think we're seeing kind of rush hour traffic move through here. And, that vigil is a couple blocks away from us. But
all right, the next comment on this is by the person that said the most ridiculous thing so far, the same person that's done those, says this is the same crowd that said Ashley should not have been there. And of course, what they're referring to is Ashley Babbitt. And they want to press a narrative that some people are saying that Ashley Babbitt shouldn't have been where she was, otherwise she wouldn't have died. And I don't want to get too deep into that part right now, but I will just say that I don't think too many people look at that as Ashley shouldn't have been there, or she wouldn't have died. She shouldn't have been. None of them should have been where they were when that happened. But what she shouldn't have done was try to go through a window of a door that was broken out, where members of Congress were 40 feet away. If you want to add context into it, that's what she shouldn't have done. Because no one else that was in that hallway saw the same fate as her. She was the only one that climbed up to go through that window. Why it happened, how it happened, everything else, that's an argument I'm not ready to get into. But I'll just make the observation that she's the only one trying to go through a window that would have put her in the same hallway, same room as members, sitting members of Congress. And there are people in that building that their job is to protect those people. And that's what I'll say. So to say this is the same crowd, fuck you.
our folks kind of monitoring the streets here, civilians who are trying to make sure, the peace is kept out here and also that traffic moves. But, still some angry folks, in traffic, as well as a large group of folks.
We only have a couple more minutes to go here.
Where the shooting happened. Starting this morning, it was mostly neighbors who had gathered out on the sidewalks by the time I got here. And, I have to say, to a person, they were all stunned at what had happened. And
okay, so the same nasty person comes up with a real zinger here to of course, throw comedy into a discussion of a video where a 37-year-old woman was shot in the head and died. Says, it's the Honda's fault. Right? This is the same person that's putting this delusional, vile type of commentary out there. And then turns immediately to, it's the Honda's fault. Make it make sense. I mean, really make it make sense. Here's another real something I could talk about for a long time as well. And it's part of the narrative, and you guys will recognize it immediately. Comply with law enforcement and take it up with the courts. Also, don't interfere with law enforcement or ICE for that matter when they're doing their jobs. This is a person that said there are all these agitators out there, and we see the videos. Right? Comply with law enforcement and take it up with the courts. does this person not realize there are, God, I don't know what the number is, tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of people in this country that would slap her in the forehead for saying that because of what their actual experience was with cops that they tried to obey or comply with. This is the, again, this follows the thin blue line narrative, and it's just their little twists and turns on it. But that's what it is. It's the same thing. As long as you comply, you're okay. I mean, literally in the videos, the only thing this lady did was kind of half-heartedly tried to drive away from what she felt and probably scared the hell out of her as a bad situation with a guy trying to rip her door off and yelling at her. And I'm not trying to make this lady naive. I don't know anything about her. She could have been a protester. She could have been protesting for 10 years. The information that's coming out that I've seen so far from people that were connected to either eyewitness on the scene. I saw a statement from her ex-husband, even though she has a wife now, and I'm just waiting for all these, nudges to come up with the whole theory of that's why all this happened, because she used to have a husband, now she has a wife. Just stupid nonsense like that. But I don't know how you watch something and put your own narrative to it, because the human brain is not supposed to work that way. It takes practice, I can tell you. And this chat was moving along. It was a 7-minute or just under 8-minute recording, but there was a lot said through that short amount of time. Somebody else said, Sanctuary City caused this death. Yes, of course. A Sanctuary City jumped out of the bushes and put 3 bullets through this woman's car into her body. It was a Sanctuary City that did that. I saw it on the video. Did you guys see that on the video? It was a big, nasty looking Sanctuary City. It had gnarly teeth and, giant gnashing, gnarling teeth and fur, and it had, like slobber dripping out of its mouth. And, when that Sanctuary City jumped out and caused this death. And then I'm just going to end it here, because as far as the video part, there's a few other things, but you get the point. It was just more of the same fodder about this. And the person, and I'll tell you the last comment that I'm going to put in here, there was 2. One of the 2 people that commented the way I'm reading it said that the car was a battering ram. Okay. It was a battering ram. They actually said battling, not battering, but forgive them their ignorance of the English language. And then the person that said all the most vile stuff came out with, what are we protesting today? And that's how they ended their commentary. I don't think that person said much after that. What are we protesting today? So I guess what I want to ask you guys, and again, I'll go back to the title. Is it, come on. I'll go back to my title. Is it lies or is it delusions? Because based on that, and believe me, this is not the only place. I actually went into a chat this morning that was worse than this one. Yeah, Jessica Tate, I agree. That's where I stand. I think it's both. I think it's both because they just don't understand the difference between the two and reality. These people are so, I think these people are so far gone with the narrative that they've been fed, the narrative that they have spewed and spread, that they just can't recognize the difference between a lie they might come up with, a lie they want to repeat, a narrative that they've heard and have repeated and heard and repeated and heard and repeated. And the connection to reality for a lot of these people, I think, is broken. Honestly, for me, it's sad to watch. It's sad to realize it. I've got some people real close to me that have been impacted by this whole thing. They're extremely different people now than they were 10 years ago. And I can see some of them being in a chat and making these types of comments and these types of observations. And the most pathetic part of this is a woman died. A woman was shot in the head on video. 4 or 5 different vantage points video. And it doesn't impact them at all. It doesn't reach out, slap them in the face and say, wake up. Not at all. Nothing. So anyhow, that's what I wanted to put out there. A couple of the things that we went through that came up while we were talking about these comments and stuff. As far as this officer shooting into that car, okay, the officer should not have been in front of that car to begin with. The one thing that every law enforcement agency out there will bang into their heads during training is you never stand directly in front of or behind a running vehicle. It's dangerous. It will almost always end badly if you do that. And you'll notice if you watch any kind of cop case videos or any type of program that shows any type of chase situations or apprehension situations, you'll notice they never go in front of the vehicle. Hey, Bob Cox, do you ever want to come back on my channel again? She won't do that again. You realize how special of a piece of shit human being it takes to say something like that right now? And you're it, buddy. Believe me, you just qualified for it. I've given you the benefit of the doubt a bunch of different times. Even this morning, because he was in the chat that I was in this morning. Still a little bit of benefit of the doubt there. But for you to come in and repeat what you saw in that chat this morning, because you didn't say that, somebody else did. Now you're repeating it because you think it's a great line to say while people are discussing an American woman that was shot in the head by ICE agents. Piece of shit. Yeah. Didn't take me too long to figure that one out, Bob Cox. Fuck you. You're not welcome at my channel. Come in and say something like that. You lack a lot of things that human beings should have that are natural, and you're lacking those things. Anyhow, these officers are trained not to be in front or behind a running vehicle with somebody at the wheel, somebody sitting in the driver's side. They're trained not to be there. Now, why this guy decided, and he had to know very quickly that vehicle was running. Okay, that's something else. They're trained to identify circumstances and learn and know and identify their environment really quickly. Why this officer decided to walk in front of a vehicle like that is beyond me. I'm going to guess that maybe he didn't sense as high a level of danger and death that the narrative wants there to be. Maybe that's why he walked in front of the vehicle, because he didn't feel threatened by it. Right? That would make sense to me. I'm just speculating, but that would make sense. Otherwise, if these law enforcement officers sense danger or a situation where they may be, their life and livelihood would be at risk, they're trained to identify that. So he had no business being in front of this vehicle to begin, from the jump. Okay. Now, as far as what he did, shooting into that vehicle, I'm sure they're going to argue the first shot going through the windshield would place him near the front of that vehicle. I think once the trajectory of the bullets and stuff are determined with forensics, they'll have the answers to specific as far as exactly where that person was standing, where in relationship to the vehicle. But that first shot is the only one there's question on. The second two, 100% went through the driver's side window. 100%. There's no question about that. And why that's important, and someone brought it up a little earlier in chat, and the one person made a comment about it in the thing I played, is the direction of travel, the overall circumstance of what was going on there on that street. That identifies a fleeing vehicle and or fleeing subject, right? Fleeing. That's the key term, fleeing. What is out there that regulates every law enforcement agency in the country as far as a fleeing vehicle is concerned? Anybody know the answer to that? What are they not allowed to do? Unless there's absolute imminent danger to them or others in the immediate vicinity. They're not allowed to fire at vehicles like that. In most places, it's illegal for them to do it. Not just policy. It's illegal. Yeah. You're not allowed to fire on a fleeing vehicle and or fleeing subject unless there's an imminent danger that you can identify. And see, that's what this narrative's all about. That's the most critical thing to this whole thing right now. That's what the narrative is. Trump saying she was run over, or he was run over and went to the hospital and recovering right now. That's a bullshit lie. But the reason for it is they're trying to eliminate that situation, that scenario that this officer fired on a fleeing suspect in a fleeing vehicle. And what somebody said earlier about shooting the tires out, you're not allowed to. That's firing. And the reason for that, the reason you're not allowed to do that, the reason it's against the law to do that, is because the danger it can create to other people in the public, whether it be the vehicle taking them out or the bullet ricocheting or traveling further or a different direction what they expect it to. That's why. And it's nationwide. That's really, to me, that's the crux of this whole thing. That's why the narrative is so twisted. Because that's a known fact for every law enforcement agency there is, top down. You don't find, how many Los Angeles police chases that everybody watches the helicopter following a car around for hours, and you think to yourself, shit, if they could just shoot the tires out. There's nobody else around. This guy's not going to stop, shoot him, take him out. And it never happens. Why? Because it's illegal. They're not allowed to do it. But David, what they are saying that she was going after them with a vehicle, how is that proven wrong? By the videos. By the videos. There's nothing in those videos. And like I said, there's at least 4 different angles that show what happened there. There's nothing in the videos that prove with any reasonable assumption that she was trying to take any of them out. There's a slow motion video, I think, that identifies this the best. And what happened was she backed up a couple feet and then put it in drive and started to pull away. The tire, it was a slippery looking road. We can all assume that it would be if she was trying to go at them and was going to go at them aggressively and hard, that she would have hit the gas pretty hard, and you would have seen the wheel spin. You would have seen a massive amount of steam coming out of the exhaust, which you did see later on down the road once she was shot, but you didn't see it in the beginning. In the slow motion video, the front left tire slipped twice, about a quarter of a turn, maybe half a turn. That was it. And a big thing is she turned the wheel away from that officer. That's 100% certain. You see that in the video. It's as clear as the nose in your face. So there's nothing in these videos that give any indication that she was going at an officer or going after them using the vehicle as a deadly weapon. There's just nothing there to prove it. Nothing. And if you weren't here earlier when we were talking about it, prior to the videos that show the actual incident, a longer version of the one video shows two vehicles coming up, and she kind of waved them past, and they just drove past her on the road, on that same street, same spot. Her vehicle didn't move. No other vehicles came in to block the road or anything else. And they drove past her car without barely having to turn the wheel. There was tons of room to go around there. So they weren't blocked in. They weren't restricted by other vehicles that they were going to get pinned at, or there were no vehicles parked to the left, would have been behind those officers. So she couldn't have driven them into another vehicle to crush them or anything like that. It just wasn't there. So I saw one video with sound, and she seemed to be traveling really slowly. The engine didn't rev until after she had been shot. 100%. That's what I saw too. And again, there's things to identify that. Two of the different videos, the one that was on the sidewalk, and then the video from up above, down the street, maybe 3 houses down, on the same side of the road, you could hear the engine revving when it started to rev, and when forensics goes through that, they're going to be able to put a time stamp on every second of that video, and they'll be able to see exactly when the acceleration happened, and they're going to see the steam coming out of the exhaust and all of that. But you can actually hear it. You can hear when it happens. So that part, again, to me, that's the most critical thing. It's illegal for law enforcement to fire at a fleeing suspect or fleeing vehicle. That's exactly what happened here, and it's on video to prove it. And they're trying to cover that up with a bunch of crazy bullshit. And I mean crazy bullshit. It's the only thing that explains their narrative and how far bonkers it is. Maureen, I don't think they'll be able to, considering the amount of video that's out there. It's, it's like George Floyd thing. They weren't able to cover any of that stuff up. No matter who tried or didn't try, they weren't able to cover that up either, because there's just too many. There were streamers standing right there. There were people standing right here, videotape the whole thing. There were witnesses to it that'll testify, in a court, guaranteed. So I don't think they're going to be successful trying to cover it up, but they're already trying. The statement that No made today was that they don't have jurisdiction. Well, I think that's yet to be determined, because in the end, she's not the one who gets to make that call. And then the other thing, I'll just say real quick, is there's so many obvious things that contradict the statements that are out there, but the one about the agent being run over, again, video proves just didn't happen. That comes from the demented mind of our president. Dementia that did it, that makes it even worse. if he's got his act together and he's not having mental issues, and as a president of the United States with a U.S. citizen that's shot and killed, and he puts that kind of statement out, knowing all too well that is completely bonkers false, that's even worse. But to go along with that, as far as the commentary, there's also video for that, because the extended videos show that officer going over to the car, walking in snow behind the car that was up in the tree line along the road on the left side between the road and the sidewalk. Excuse me. Turning around, walking back out through the snow onto the road. And there's video also of that same, there's a copy of that video that is slowed down to show. The report came out that his foot was broken, is what his problem was. This was after he had been, run over by the car. But now they're saying, then they started to say that his foot was broken. Well, the video that was slowed down that I watched today simply said, here's the broken foot. And the dude was walking as normal as anybody walks. Wasn't wincing, wasn't hesitating, wasn't stumbling, wasn't anything. There was just zero indication in the video that he had a broken foot. And people say, oh, well, if he has adrenaline going, you wouldn't see it. Yeah, bullshit. If you break your foot, the way that they're talking about that it was run over by a car, you're not, I don't care who you are, what's going on, you're going to see some indication that he's got an issue with his foot. I'm not saying he's going to be dragging it behind him, but you'll see something. But it just wasn't there. And for me, start to finish, this is pretty cut and dry. Video doesn't lie, folks. It just doesn't. Raw video, nobody's had time to alter it. Matter of fact, I'll even say this. I saw 3 interviews today of people on the street. 2 of them, and they weren't together. The 3 of them were not together, separate people. 2 of them said basically the same thing. They gave a little bit different verbiage to how they described it, but they described the same scenario, very much like what we're describing, that we've seen in these videos. And then this third interview comes up, and it is a person that says it's clear that she was leading the protest. It was clear that she had intentions to harm them with her vehicle. Right? Where does that fit? Based on what you've seen in the videos, how does that fit in? Just doesn't at all. But already, day 1, day 2, they've got somebody that's willing to stand in front of a camera and say that. It's insane. It's just pure insane. Purely insane. But I wish I would have gotten more information on the incident in Portland, the shooting in Portland, but I just didn't. So I don't want to get into that on my end, at least, because I just don't have anything to add. Yeah, they did name the agent today, Maureen. I saw that. That's where a lot of information came out. Somebody talked about that was the same guy that was in the car dragging incident X number of months ago. And one really reasonable comment that I did hear about that, if it's true that this guy was the same guy that he was drugged down the road 300 feet by a car and ended up in the hospital getting 30 some stitches to patch up the cuts and stuff that he had, the abrasions and dressed and everything else. that he would be suffering from PTSD. And that's probably the single thing that I would say, yeah, I would agree with that in a heartbeat. There's a high possibility that you get drugged down the road 50 feet by a car that's taken off, let alone 300 feet. You know, the length of a football field, cutting through yards and hitting curbs and everything else. I would imagine he's got PTSD all day long. I don't know how you let something like that go, especially if you're on a street with vehicles around. My question, though, is if that's the case, who cleared him to be back out in the field working around vehicles and stuff if he has PTSD currently? I mean, can people work with PTSD? Sure. Doesn't mean they need to work around every job with PTSD, especially when you got a fucking gun hanging on your hip while you're doing your job. And I'll just say this out loud for all the people that want to just go off on me talking about this. I respect law enforcement. I've never had a run-in with law enforcement where there was any problem. I had a problem. I'm happy about that. I'm glad about that. But I respect what they do. I think they have a purpose that's necessary in this country. I think there's a hell of a lot of good cops out there. There's probably a lot of good agents out there. But right now, it's being flooded with people that I don't think are very good agents. I'm not particularly talking about this guy tonight because we're talking about now. Somebody in here says what his name is. He's a 10-year ICE agent based out of St. Paul. I have questions for him. I really do. My very first question is, why are you in front of a running vehicle? You damn sure after 10 years, if you were a field agent for 10 years, I don't care where you're based out of, you should know not to be in front of a vehicle with somebody sitting at the wheel while it's running. That's just a fairly simple concept for me. But I respect what cops do. I respect why they're there. I don't like people that challenge cops physically or endanger cops or think it's brilliant to go on 100-mile-an-hour high-speed chase because it's exciting or any of that bullshit. And I think they do have a really dangerous job. Some a lot more dangerous than others. Some areas a lot more dangerous than others. But I will say, as far as the whole thin blue line and supporting the police and back the blue and all that stuff, I wish these fucking people would realize that putting out these stupid narratives, these false narratives, and just insane comments doesn't help the police at all. Really doesn't. Because how many crazy people are going to say, oh, well, here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to challenge these cops. Let's see what they say about this. Let's create a situation that I think they're going to come up with this kind of narrative. I'm going to see what, you know what I mean? It opens a door to so much stupidity. And it also creates a lot of hatred to people that are involved that they might be there doing their job. They might be decent. They might not rough people up. They might not do the things that a lot of bad cops do. How fair is that to them to put that kind of narrative out there that they're questioned every time they put the uniform on or put that badge on? So all you people that hear this and want to say that David B is a hardcore lefty that doesn't respect the cops or anything else, fuck you. It's just, that's wrong. Yeah, it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? Crazy Horse? It does feel like that. Yeah, they're shitting on it every day. Every day. There's examples of that every single day now. Current administration to suspend the Constitution for the time being. Sure feels that way. And it sure looks that way. And there's evidence that there's a lot of that happening. But anyhow, if you guys want to hang out for a while, we can do that. I don't know if anybody else is on. I didn't look. But if somebody else comes on, we need to jump somewhere. That's cool too. I don't want to run this till the wee hours of the morning. I gotta do for Lisa here. Huh? Hang out? Let them hang out. Lisa says let them hang out for a while. So the boss has spoken. I mean, I can do a couple things real quick and they can hang out. I know that. But what do you think, guys? Is there anything else any other angles you want to go with this, or talk more details about this or that or the other? Anything else we want to talk about? Hey, Squirrel Boss, how's it going? Wait a minute. ICE DHS agents destroyed a memorial to Renee tonight. They are demented and sick. Which one? The one where it happened? And how did they destroy it? Was it intentional? Was there a reason like that was the too close to the actual scene, or what? Anybody? Wadded up candles confronted the person there. Is this on video? I'm assuming somebody has to have that on video if it happened, because there's been protesters there almost around the clock, hasn't there? Where this happened. I know there was a bunch last night. There was a news helicopter showing the scene, and there were several hundred people there, and it was well after dark. So destroy was the wrong word. They kicked candles and flowers. Well, you know what? That's destroying, Anya. And under the circumstances, again, that's no better than the stupid narrative that's being put out. When you start telling such bull-faced lies about it creates a bad scenario for ICE agents, even more than they have right now. It's going to spill over to law enforcement and otherwise. Kind of makes you wonder how a human being does that, considering why that memorial was there. I mean, there's other situations. There's other situations where I've seen memorials being destroyed, but it was under completely different circumstances. There was a lot more to the stories. The couple that I know of, there was a lot more to it than just what happened with this. This is so standalone that I don't understand how that would even be tolerated. And I hope it isn't. I hope somebody addresses that. And honestly, I don't give a shit what side of the political aisle they come from. Somebody that's responsible for those people that did that should address that. It's bad enough that a woman lost her life. You don't have to disrespect her now and or her family, friends, otherwise. It's amazing how some of that stuff can happen. It's not shocking, to be honest. It's not shocking, but it still amazes me that people just don't have enough humanity in them to understand the gravity of the situation. They said they did not care what it was or why it was there. Wait a minute. They spoke on somebody's live stream, or tell me more about what happened, Anya. I mean, was it a protester there filming it? Was it a heated situation between them and the people that were there at the memorial? The UA, I don't know what UA video is. My brain's just not connecting to whatever that is. I just watched the video. Absolutely disgusting. So they got ICE officers that did that and then talked about it on the same video that taped them doing it. I walked up, officer walked up, kicked the candles, yelled, said, "Really? That's what you're doing?" Yes. I don't know. I think this could turn into a political discussion really fast, and I just don't want to do that tonight. I think there's a reason why people are able to respond in a situation like that with those types of actions. I think there's a reason why people can sit in a chat room and say the things they say. I think there's a reason why DOA has dealt with some of the shit that he's had to deal with over the last couple of years, 3 years. And it's sad of where it comes from. Well, it's going back and forth between them and Mercado. Hey, Mercado, I got to tell you, if y'all don't know about Mercado Media, you might want to look them up and subscribe and follow them, because they've been at this for quite a while. And my first encounter with them was Kenosha, and probably actually maybe just before that. I don't know if it was Minneapolis stuff or not, but when I first started watching him, he was a conservative and pretty open about his political leanings and everything else and how it impacted what he was doing and his reporting. But I can tell you that he's not conservative anymore. He's pretty open about that too. And he's got a lot of experience to base his decisions on how he falls into the political leanings. And I appreciate the fact that he's open about it and makes sense and speaks. He doesn't talk nonsense. He just tells it straight up based on what his experiences are. One of the first videos, and I actually talked to him about it not that long ago. I brought it up and I told him, I said, I think the first video that I really remember seeing him completely, as far as being 100% certain that I watched what he was doing, is him and another guy were in Kenosha, and they put a fire out and saved a church. And they worked their ass off to do it. They went and found a garden hose and hooked it up and realized that there was no water on at that spigot, and they were stressing out, and they were, I don't want to say they put their life in danger, but they kind of did. It was pretty hairy. And when I brought that up to him, I don't know, maybe 3 months ago, he remembered it immediately. This guy's got, I don't know how many videos he has, and he's got just scads of hours of streaming under his belt. And it took him about a half a second from reading it to remember that particular incident, and it all came back to him. I'm going to sleep. I get you, David. This can and should get political so fast because that's where we are right now. Sorry, but it's so small what we are dealing with. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to argue that at all, and I don't think he would argue that either. But I think there's a time and place for it, and people need to come prepared for the discussions about all this stuff. Speak intelligently, or try to. TJ, speak intelligently, speak with facts and data on your side. I don't care which side it is, but come with facts and data and reality. Don't follow talking points. Don't go into a chat and start making shit up just because you can, because that doesn't do anybody any good. So I appreciate that, Cindy. It's there's a lot to it. There's no doubt. I spent 10 years of my life in that arena pretty heavily. So it means a lot to me. So I'll leave it at that. CJ. Yeah, actually CJ does sound more like it. I don't recall, to be honest, 100%, but I know it was him and another guy, and they worked it pretty hard. It was crazy to watch, really crazy to watch. Pretty amazing how much stuff this country can go through and still move forward. That's the one hope I have for right now, is that things just don't get so far out of hand with any of this that it stops the country from moving forward. But I have confidence that it will. Seems like this place has a good way of working itself out through crazy stuff. Yeah, it's not just since we've been living and breathing. It's been well before that too. CJ was the first to the guy who had his arm shot in Kenosha. Yeah, Mikado was about half a block away, and it felt so bad for him. He had a panic attack. He's got military experience, everything else, and he had a panic attack when that happened, because he knew what was going on. Really felt bad for him. That was a tough night. Yep. Yeah, they were about a half block apart, and it just so happens that he was closer to it. And like I said, Andrew had that panic attack, and that was tough. Caught him off guard. He had to go have what did he call the breaks? When he go and smoke, I forget what he called it. I regretfully haven't watched a lot of them over the last year or so. Safety meetings, thank you. Nanya comes through. Kyle comes through. Very good. Yeah. Pretty small world, isn't it, chat? Hell, I don't think I've ever talked in this community about Mercado or anything else, and here we are. Probably more than not can relate to the same type of stories, and it's not necessarily a political leaning that leads you in those directions. It does to a point, but like I said, back then he was not on the left at all. So, but turn that around. And it's crazy because what was going on in Kenosha, we're less than, an hour and a half from there, something like that. We're not far from there. And some of the information that they talked about that happened, that they investigated and otherwise, was a whole lot closer than that to us. So that one kind of hit home. He doesn't get them anymore. Yeah, you know what, Breeze? I want to say I understand why, and I'm really surprised that more people don't get those these days, because just trying to keep up with the crazy has got to be hard on your brain waves, brain cells, brain waves, and everything else, heart and heels. Yeah, I agree, Nanya. When stuff happens close to home, like all the school stuff and everything that's been happening for the last few decades. We live in a pretty small town area up here, and it's really weird that you go through all those school shootings and different things that happen with the schools, and then all of a sudden you get notifications on Facebook that it's happening at your school. That's probably the best example of how this stuff hits home. It can get real personal real fast. It can make you mad too, I can tell you that. It's what got me into all this stuff 10 years ago. Some things happened that made me pretty mad, and I decided I was going to do whatever I could to make a difference. And I built up a Twitter account that had 6,000 some odd followers on it, and used to have a voice there until Musk took over and went down almost nothing within a week. But for a long time, I was pretty active with that, and I appreciated having a platform to have a voice on and have input. And it's crazy because a lot of the people I used to communicate with, a number of them I see on TV now, which is pretty wild to think about. But good on them for doing what they do. But, all right, unless Lisa's going to come over here and start talking to you guys, I'm gonna wrap this.
You could have just left them talk.
I could have just left them talk. Is there anybody else on or otherwise? Do you guys want me to leave this up so you can just hang out and chat? I don't care. I can do that too. I've got some stuff to do, but if you guys want, if you want to just leave the live running right now, I've got a couple things I got to go take care of, but I could probably come back and if somebody just anybody else comes on, we can jump off and go over there or whatever. But it's up to you guys. Can you come back and talk more later? Night Train, for you, I can do anything. Just for you, man. Whatever it is, your heart desires, I can do it however you want to. And of course, I jest with that just a little bit. But I actually saw one of your videos tonight, your shorts tonight. Never saw it before, and I appreciated how you put it together. So got you guessing now, buddy. Watch out. Yeah, it was there was a King reference in it, if that gives you any idea of which one I watched. A lot of kind of flashy lights and reference to a king, I think. And Hey, I appreciate everybody coming in and talking and hanging out and letting me get a couple things off my chest, because I just, there's certain things that really, really bug me about things, to this degree. I just I appreciate chat being there to throw different details out and kind of go through it and add their commentary. And that's again why I'm going to get the panels going, to have the link in here. Anybody can just click on it, come up and talk, because I think it does a lot of people a lot of good. I was talking to somebody tonight about anxiety, and I think the way to get anxiety taken care of is to get it out and address it. People help you figure out how to deal with it. I'm just trying to capture the moment and control lantern flying out of my face at the time. There you go. I hope you're laughing with me, Night Train, not at me. But either way, I'm okay with it. I'm just going to say this. A lot of stuff is happening around the world right now. It's volatile climate. Everyone stay safe. And stay aware of your surroundings. Yeah, well said, White Snake, and that applies, no doubt. Be aware. If you're not aware, you're usually going to get slapped in the face by something. I mean, whatever dumb crap I'm thinking about at the time in order to hopefully make other people laugh. It's funny you said that, because I just had that discussion earlier tonight with Lisa. I said, a lot of things I do and say, I don't try to be a comedian or funny or anything else, but there are just certain people that I know could use a laugh once in a while. And if I can come up with something that I know is going to make that happen, then I'm more than willing to throw it out there. And I'm pretty thick-skinned on my side, so I can take a whole lot of shit that people put back, but paying it forward, that's kind of what we're supposed to be doing anyway. Human being thing and all. And these are some of the discussions that I would love to have with certain people, just to get them out and open up and kind of show who they are, as opposed to the character they build on YouTube. It's great. You got your own YouTube channel now. Enjoy the live stream. Thanks, Adrian. I appreciate that. I've never, for a long time, I didn't think I was going to do a channel. I never thought about doing a channel, but then a couple things happened where I thought, you know what, I think I could fill a bit of a space or a need at certain times. And even now, haven't really thought about expanding it at all. There's so much other stuff that I'm focused on, whether it be on YouTube or personal life. It just kind of felt right to, it was the right time to do it, but I'm not certain that I'm going to expand it much more. I've actually been on it more than I thought I would be. And again, just because I think circumstances kind of fit the bill. I got White Snake 1 from earlier. Holy cow. Are you talking about his Chinpube stream? Is that what you're talking about, Night Train? Because I got to tell you, anybody that missed that, you missed a good one. It was we were actually eating when he did that, and I had to stop, because talk about choking on shit. Holy cow. And I'll just be up front with everybody. When he was done, I called him, and I had to, because it was absolute gold. It was just hilarious the way he did that, and I appreciate that from him so much. I can't even tell you. Yeah, it was a jump scare. It really was. But yeah, that was a good one. They say laughter is the best medicine. At times like this, we may need to find that one thing we can share laughs or two about. Thank you, White Snake. You did that for me tonight. Well, I just want everybody to know that he has agreed to come up on a panel and invite his special friend with him. And we discussed maybe getting a couple other people to come up too. And if it happens, when it happens, right now I'm going to say when it happens, because I'm going to push it as hard as I can, because I want to see it again. You don't want to miss it. And I will definitely, I will definitely try to give a lot of notice if I can for that to happen. Because oh, you know what, Kyle, I agree. That was hilarious. And it was definitely some DOA level shit. I agree completely. I think the first thing I said to him on the phone, I'm not just going to repeat here because the context would be weird, but the next thing I said was, you hit that out of the park. It was cool. I hope a lot of people are able to see it and enjoy it. But like I said, we're gonna try and invite that guy up on a panel and see what we can do too. And if and when it happens, like I said, it'll be worth watching. You won't want to miss it. But I could sit here and beg for likes. Maybe I could beg people to hit the like button and subscribe. And what's the other thing you do? Like, subscribe, and comment. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sit here and beg for a while. No, I won't. Not gonna happen. It's funny how it's oddly strange to me that since I put the channel together and see what the different options are as far as, on the StreamYard side, the creator side of things, things that I notice now that I've never noticed or paid any attention to before. The whole like and share and subscribe and hit the notification and comment and all that. It still doesn't mean anything to me. I can honestly tell you that. I still look at it as kind of a joke, because one of the more entertaining things that I have in my life is how some of these different creators handle that situation. Because I think, man, if you would just shut up about that for 5 minutes, you'd have a lot more people. You'd have a whole lot more people, enjoying what you do, or trying, or at least be able to stand to be there to enjoy what you do. But grifting for likes. Yeah, absolutely. Grifting for likes. Yes, you do have to take your pills. Maureen, that's a good subject. Want some cost. Yeah, we definitely need some Costco hot dog money, Butch. I mean, absolutely. And Maureen, the GoFundMe for Boss, I hear that it's non-existent now, but I'm a little saddened by that, but not really. But I will say what I commented to somebody earlier tonight is I was actually very impressed with his GoFundMe. It ran for 3 days, 3.5 days. And he raised $5 for out of a $5,000 goal to go to Scott's trial and stuff in LA, and possibly more than one time. And he made $5, and $5 will get you a lot, I mean, depending on how you look at it. But I thought he exceeded anyone's expectations in a grand fashion. Because, to be honest, I didn't think he'd get a fucking cent. But $5 in 3.5 days, maybe I should reconsider. Maybe I should take back some of my statements and thoughts about Boost. That's my new name for him, by the way, in case anybody cares to share or utilize that. I think Boost works really good. Not sure why, but seems like it does. Yeah, it's definitely not enough to get 2 of anything. Night train, it just does. It's going to happen. I don't even, can that buy a Costco hot dog and a Coke or something? Isn't that $5 or more? I don't know, but I was sad to see it go. I was really excited to watch the progress it would make, and um, I was really hopeful that he would be able to raise enough money to be able to do this on his own, and tell Dad Ant to go fuck off for standing him up and selling him short. It would, I think it would have been interesting to see the progress it would have made, but yeah, that was a little depressing, a little exciting, a little of everything. I mean, $5 you can get a chicken sandwich at Quick Trip. You're exactly right. I can relate to that. Or a sandwich. You can't even get a cheap sandwich anywhere. And that's a homage to a dear friend of ours, of course. Oh yeah, Kyle. Good catch. Dad Ant still owes the $200 match he promised to the other moron. I know not who you speak of. Wouldn't have a clue. Maybe I should have him on a panel soon. Talk about it. Don't even get me started on all that shit, guys, because believe me, we're at 2 hours right now, and I gotta give Lisa her pills here in a second, but I could go off on that stupid shit anytime. Yeah, 3 hot dogs and a Big Buddy for $1.69. Yeah, I also remember the 10 for 10 days at McDonald's when I was in school. 10 hamburgers. They were 10 cents a piece. You get 10 for $1. And for the younger crowd, imagine that. Imagine being a freshman and sophomore in high school on a football team and everything else, seeing a sign that says hamburgers 10 cents a piece.
Back when McDonald's were made of stone, and you used to pull up in the drive.
Don't even talk about this Flintstone shit when I was young. Lisa's over here talking about that's back when you used to roll up in your stone wheeled vehicle and the dinosaur.
No, you pulled up with dinosaur in the drive-thru.
Yeah, okay. My dinosaur in the drive-thru. Yeah, maybe Becky could do room and board. That'd be good too. That he could cut that 5,000 down. That would work. I don't think Kitty helped him by saying it would be a party, drinking, etc. You know what? I don't think Kitty helped him with anything, to be honest. They think, with her savior level status and everything, that she's the cat's meow, or the what's a better one a better saying for that? I don't know. But I don't think she's a whole lot of help to anybody for anything. People need to be truthful with other people to be helpful. So she's funny. All right. I'm missing something here, obviously. Who's funny? Kitty? Please don't tell me you're saying Kitty's funny. Lisa remembers the days when we had highways for floorboards. Apparently she does, because she's laughing right now, so I guess that worked. Yeah, I really wish, I've said this before, but I wish Lisa could get on here and kind of just go at it with you guys, because you'd find out she's pretty fucking hilarious with a lot of stuff, and smart and witty and quick and all that stuff. Things restrict that from happening, but she'll participate. Lisa trolling without skipping a beat. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the first things I noticed about her when we got together. Before trolling was trolling. They didn't have a name for it, but she was damn good at it even back then. So don't look at me like that. Just stop.
I'm gonna start.
No.
I'm gonna start saying darling.
Yeah, stop. Just stop. That's I can tell you. I'll share this one. Some point in time, looking forward to doing a stream that has nothing to do with Scientology or politics or current affairs or idiots or anything like that, and just talk about how Lisa and I got together, because it's an amazing story. For some people aren't going to want to be here for it, and I'm okay with that. That's fine. But other people are going to, I think, enjoy that. You could send Lisa a link. Yeah. Hey, Lisa, I can send you a link. You want to go on you want to come up on your thing?
Mm-mm.
She says no. It wasn't Whitesnake that suggested it. Whitesnake agreed with it, but so
I want a wrench, bitch.
she wants a wrench. Yeah, you think you're getting a fucking wrench on my channel? That's not even close to happening. Sorry, not even close. Yeah, I wish it was. I'd love to see Lisa and Wizzy on a panel. Oh my god, I would love to see that too. You have no idea. Yeah, I think you do have an idea, but that's I think,
It's time.
yeah, it's time. You're ready to rumble. She would spin him in so many circles, he wouldn't know what was going on. It would be great. It would be great content, that's for sure. Oh yeah, I definitely would love that. Yeah, Grammy Heather, be careful with the wrenches. I agree. You got to watch out for these people that have wrenches all over the place. I hear they're pretty nasty damn people and have bad intentions, and they turn you into something else, and those people try to control everybody's channel, and they get hypocritical and all that stuff. I've heard a couple comments about that. So funny part is that I'm probably the most consistent mod there is anywhere. I'm not bragging about that at all, because I think there's some absolutely amazing mods, out in the YouTube streets. No doubt about that. They add so much to channels and everything else. I'm not one of them. I'm just consistent. So, and basically it goes along with my scrolling banner here on this channel. I don't have any issue with people being here and talking or anything else, with some exceptions, I guess. But for the most part, come in and talk. If you want to talk serious, I'm all for it. But don't be stupid. Don't be a dick. It just life is so much too short to have to deal with people being dicks. If you leave this up, I'll be on replay. Have a great evening and good sleep. You too, rather be. Have a good night. Love to Juan. As always. I am gonna step away for a minute. Like I said, I've got a couple things I gotta take care of real quick, but now I'm officially late for giving Lisa her pills. Do you hear that, haters? Do you hear that? I'm giving Lisa her pills late. I am a piece of shit for doing it. I'll admit it, run with it, lie about it.
You bitch.
Yeah, and now I'm a bitch, according to Lisa. Yeah. That's funny. Somebody else calls me a bitch all the time too, and I don't give a shit when they say it either. Right? But all right, I'll leave this up for a minute. I'm gonna mute the mic here so I can do this, and I'll come back. And if you guys are here, we'll hang out. If somebody else comes on, take off and enjoy it, and I'll see you out there. But otherwise, I'll be back in a few. And if you leave while I'm gone, good night. Glad you're here. Appreciate you. All of you. At least you didn't call you the C word. All right, I'm muting now before I say something stupid. All right, I'm back. There's people still here. Imagine that. Here's what's fun to do. Just so you know. Was he in here? Was who in here? Little fella? Shaky? Was he in here? Come on. I don't see him. He probably has me blocked or something on my own channel, so he comes in and says stuff that way. Have to wait and see. So here's what's fun is when you're on live, you turn him on. Hey Chi, good evening. What's fun is when you're on live, you turn him on but mute him, and you can just kind of follow along with what's going on. Kibbles and bits in his bed. Yeah, he's got it in his beard, his bed, his socks, and fancy new shoes. He's restreaming, I think. I don't know. Shaky, are you restreaming me? Seriously? Anyhow, yeah, you mute him so you can't hear him cackling. You just watch the arms flailing and all that shit. And he thinks that you hear every word he says, but when you have him muted, it's actually entertaining. How are you doing tonight, Chi? It's funny. It's funny with him. You can. Lisa says, "Hey." You can say, "Hey," now. You're sitting close enough. Say hi. Go ahead. Go ahead. I dare you. To she. She just came in. Yeah. She only came in for you. You know, she doesn't give a shit whether I'm on here or not. So I'm really excited for February 26th as well. And if not before, to be honest, I would love that. We're just kind of hanging out, burning time here, Chi. We went through some stuff. I don't know if you caught any of the stuff earlier or not. I was talking about the shooting in Minneapolis and just sharing some brilliant deductions from people and some stupidity here and there. But now it's just kind of hanging out and seeing what kind of stupidity's out there to play with and all that. Poor little fella has no life outside of YouTube. Yeah, that's true. And the fact that he just draws on just a handful of people to make his life complete. And here's the funniest part is when you say something that you kind of intend for his chat to hear, he amps up the talk and does all kinds of crazy stuff so they can't hear what you're saying because he doesn't want them to hear anything outside of what he says or what they're saying to each other. And that's obvious because probably every person in this chat is blocked off of his channel. Yeah, I agree. It is funny and it is sad all at the same time because anybody that's okay with just that being their life, he talks about all the stuff that I do and don't do, and he gives all the fancy names for it and all. But when it comes right down to it, I got a pretty damn busy life, and I know it seems like I'm online all the time and I'm aware of all these different things, but I have a situation that affords me to be able to do that. If I was working somewhere in a factory or something like that, I wouldn't be able to keep up with stuff the way I do. But I can multitask that. And I do every day. And some of it's funny as hell and makes my wife laugh. And that's really important to me. Not what I do, of course. She doesn't think anything I do is funny or say is funny either way. But there's a lot of stuff that, like White Snake's live tonight. I think we've watched it 3 times or 4 times already because it's funny, just hilarious. But I don't know. I gotta figure out something to say to make him animated. So he starts doing the jazz hands thing. See, because if I say the right things, he'll get the jazz hands going. even though I can't hear what he's saying, I know what the result is because that's all I got to watch for. Otherwise he'll come up with something idiotic to do or say.
Could set himself on fire.
What? He's going to set himself on fire?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sorry, but that would be worth it to me. Burn a hole in something. I don't care what. Just burn a hole in something. That'd be fantastic. It really would. It would just, there's no stopping that stuff. I work in a car registration factory. We give out donated registrations. People who are unfortunately unfortunate looking. We talked about different tattoo ideas earlier tonight, and it's something that we should expand on. And I want to present a panel opportunity for you and chin pubes. So if you're interested in that, reach out and let me know, and we'll see what we can do, because I think it would be hilarious. Yeah, the Richard Pryor connection. I don't know if I wanted to go that far. I don't want to see the little dude hurt himself or anything. But an expertly placed hole or an accidentally placed hole wouldn't matter. I think either one would work. I don't know. I imagine he's probably just pissed off because I can't hear him. Did you watch White Snakes live earlier tonight? Please tell me that you saw that. That would be the ultimate guess, I think. Yeah. Well, it's kind of what I'm talking about. I would love to set that up. And if somebody else didn't have so much court stuff going, it would be great to have him come up and, be a part of that too, because I think that just would be ultimately hilarious. And also, if anybody wants to come up here and talk or anything, please let me know. I got the link I can get out to people, and I get a good 5 or 6 minutes of it. It wasn't much more than that, I don't think, but that was certainly enough. But we do have some different ideas to expand on. I'm sure you can only imagine what they might be. But is it back now? Yeah, I don't know how long that's actually what the buffer time is for that, where they go private and come back up. I know a lot of times on my end when I'm watching for it, to come up, it seems like it can show that it's processing forever, and then all of a sudden shows up. Oh, imagine that. He's got boost in his chat. What a combination. What an exhilarating experience that is. Because I'm not talking about the case against him. I believe that is valid. Yeah, I think there's no doubt in that. I really, I think that was that way from the very beginning. That's how things got off the ground the way they are now, is exploitation. So you heard about Boost's GoFundMe, right? He put it out to raise $5,000 to come out to LA for Scott's trial and or his sentencing. $5,000 because he's going to live it up. So he had a GoFundMe running for 3.5 days. and he raised $5, which again, I'll repeat, I thought was pretty impressive. I think it really, it exceeded expectations, at least mine, but it's canceled now. So I don't know if that means he just gave up, didn't want to try to raise more money. Maybe Dad Aunt came through with some funding, so he doesn't have to do it anymore. Maybe he's going to walk. I called that a couple weeks ago, that I thought maybe he was going to walk out there. And I put out enough information to say, hey, be careful because the roads are dangerous. But yeah, well, Boost is my new name for BT. So I don't know if it's catchy or not, but it seemed like it made sense to me. I don't know why. Maybe I was in a fit of diabetic delusion or something. I mean, hell, I've offered to donate to a number of causes that I shouldn't have, but I've even taught people how to raise money on here. That was fun. Yeah, nailed that. That's the one thing about chin pubes that he just can't let go. It's the fact that I showed him just in a very short order how to raise money. And that day he raised more than he's ever raised before. And then he did a fundraiser where he mentioned my name every single time he talked about it. He included my name. Uh-oh. Boost wants to talk to me through chat. You mad that I'm coming to LA? I don't know if he's talking to me or somebody else. Maybe he's talking to me. Are you talking to me? If you are, why would I be mad that you're going to LA? That doesn't make any sense. If you weren't so fucking boring to talk to, I'd have you come up on my panel right now, but I'm not doing that to my channel. Just saying. Yeah, as far as chin pubes with the whole thing, it was so funny because he was so mad that I claimed to have helped him, raise the most he'd ever raised on his channel in 20 years, mind you. 20 years. And it was pretty simple to do, and it worked, and it was effective. And but yeah, he had an end of the month or end of the year fundraiser thing he was going to do to go out and give people more hot dogs than he's ever given before, and they raised $1,100, and he was proud of it. And you know what? Somebody raises $1,100 to give the community some goods and some food and dry gloves and some hats and hand warmers and whatever he could hand out. That's great. I'm all for that. Always am. Always will be. But every time he talked about it, he explained how pissed off he was that I was taking credit for it. But he mentioned my name in one way, shape, form, or fashion every single time. And then he raised $1,100. So he doesn't realize he was actually giving me credit for it. I didn't have to say a word the whole way through. David B., you don't talk to me publicly since I exposed your relationship with your daughter. Of course I don't. You're so fucking brilliant about that. How many more times are you going to say that publicly, Boost? You sound like a fucking idiot when you say it. I've already told you there's no possible way you talk to my daughter. I've said that publicly. I'm saying it again publicly right now. You couldn't tell me one detail about my daughter, I promise you, that was correct. The only thing you can say about my daughter is what you read in a stupid letter that somebody put out, which may or may not have been Dad Aunt or Scientology or whoever did it. I don't care. My son read the one letter. It was about him, and he laughed his ass off at how stupid it was. But the idea that you talked to my daughter, you might as well say that you landed on the fucking moon, dude. And we know you didn't do that. Well, maybe you did. Maybe that's where you go when you black out your screen and make all those sniffing noises and stuff. Maybe that's where it is. But no, it's all about the volume. He mad that I know the truth. Boost, I promise you'll never say anything in your entire lifetime that could make me mad. That you can take to the bank. Wait a minute. Do you know what you do at a bank? Do you know what banks are for? What'd you do with the $5 that somebody donated since you canceled your GoFundMe? What are you going to do with that $5? Costco hot dog and a Coke? Can't go to Quick Trip because that's priced over your range. Hey Judy, how are you? Just woke up. Do you happen to know that KK's response was regarding his anti-stalking order? No, don't care. I don't know that because I have it muted. So unless he types in his own chat like he always does, he'll flood it with pineapples now that I say that. But no, I'm not listening to him. I can watch him, get the jazz hands go and stuff like that. But yeah, it's canceled, Adrian. It was taken out today. It was running last night. So sometime today, something happened. I'm gonna go with Daddy. Came through with the money and paid him. That's what I'm gonna run with. I'll never tell you that. I even if it happened and I knew it and I had a video proof of it, I wouldn't tell you that. I'm sorry. I wouldn't put you or anybody else through that. Some things in life just are not meant to be shared. I'm glad you're not listening. He's being horrible towards you and Lisa. He's always horrible toward me and Lisa. Who gives a shit? He talks like a teenager. Well, not even a teenager. He talks like a child when he does that stuff. And I've already told him it doesn't bother me for a second. It doesn't bother Lisa either. She can sit right here and watch it, and it doesn't bother her. Yeah. She thinks it's hilarious as well. I just got to read his chat to see what Boost wants to say now. Because the only thing he's got with me is talking about that he had this fantasy phone call with my daughter. And I'm not sure how long he wants to carry that little delusion out, but more power to him if he wants. I mean, but here's what really pisses him off the most with Boost. He hates it when he realizes that I'm the best one to go in his chat or on his panels because his chat just lights up like a Christmas tree. Kind of like when Shaky talks about DOA and he gets that smile on his face. Every time he talks about DOA, it makes him smile, like he's looking at his prom date or something. Disagree. I'm in trouble with Chi now. Thanks. It's your fault. Yeah. The last line, I didn't read the whole thing yet, Chi, but I can tell you the last line of that is just spot on. You got to be smart to be funny. And if you're not smart, sorry, you're never going to be funny. And if you have a fake laugh, if you fake everything that you do, especially in front of a camera, you're never going to be respected. You're never going to be funny. Either one. Take your pick. See, he said, the only thing he has on me, I'm telling y'all, I'm dead ass. His daughter reached out. Now, do you want me to say that out loud? Boost. You don't really want me to repeat what you typed there, right? I'll give you that. I'm not going there just because that's not what I do. I'll just keep repeating that you're a fucking idiot trying to convince people you talk to my daughter. Oh, LA Deb says, David Bitch. That's so original. Isn't that fucking original? David Bitch. You forgot the is a part in the middle. Remember, David is a bitch. That's how it goes. Get it right. Is so jealous of you and Boost Boost, he can't get you guys out of his head. Pathetic. Really? That's your observation? And that's where it falls. Oh my God. That's funny. It's funny that they sit in that chat and they say all these things, about people watching other chats and everything else. But who's watching who now? But was it her? Who? What are we talking about? I think I just said smile. Cheeks. I don't know. I must have missed something here. It's really hard to read two chats at the same time, Well, I don't know. His is barely moving, so his chat hardly ever moves. Even though he bitches about everybody else's chat just sitting still. Uh-oh. Jazz hands are going. He must be lying. The jazz hands are flying now. He gets him up there capping his ears off and stuff. Propping him up by his shoulders. It is my middle name. It was my grandpa. They named me after him, my middle name. My first name, I'm not sure where it came from, but Izza was my grandpa's name. All right. I need to figure out how we can make this burn thing happen. What is it going to take? I'm so boring that if I just keep talking, he'll fall asleep and light something on fire.
Oh, God.
Right? Would that work if I just keep talking, just don't stop talking at all? It'll bore him so bad that he'll fall asleep in his little chair. I wonder if he has new clothes on. Are those new? Do they still have tags and shit on them? I don't know. Or maybe if he flails his arms enough that he'll flick the fire off of that thing and won't be able to find it fast enough. What's really awesome is on here is I could talk about a lot of different stuff. Yeah, that's true. I'll go with that too, Chi. No doubt about it. Probably has his bag that came in and a receipt stapled to it. Yeah, I'm almost certain of that. I'd love to see that closet or cardboard box or whatever that stuff gets kept in. But no, on here, I could talk about all kinds of crap, like the fact that he accuses me of doxing him early on. And that was one of the big problems. That's when he knew things was going on, is that I doxed him and that we were tapping his phone and all that stuff and the phone record thing. He still doesn't get the phone record thing. It blows my mind that he's able to convince his chat to ignore the facts of things. Like when somebody takes a phone log out and they write their name and they handwrite their name next to the private call. Bye, Shaky. I didn't want to watch you flailing anyway. You can go off camera. I can still see your chat. Unless you want to turn your chat off. That'd be fun. Of course, there's not much going on in his chat anyway. It hardly ever is. But yeah, I still laugh my ass off every time I think about the phone stuff, because he says about him not calling me and everything, and he called and his number came up private. So when I copied, when I printed out the phone log or did a screenshot of the phone log because it said private, I wrote Jared next to it with the little highlighter thing that this part of the program. And he's like, he's lying, because who handwrites somebody's name? It doesn't come up in the log like that. He's trying to make you believe that it's me because he wrote the thing in there. I'm like, no, I'm trying to make you believe it's you because it was you. And I have backup to that, which you've already been told that it was you moron. I told this stuff right out of the chute. Yeah, that's what I figured. White Snake, just let him ramble on a bit. He'll tuck her out eventually. But like I said, his chat does nothing. So once he turns that off, if you got him muted and you turn him and he kills the camera, there's nothing left. So this is what I say. This is what I tell chin pubes quite often is when I come in there, I take your channel over and you know it. But with him, it's even better because he goes on these rants that he just can't stop. I mean, he goes off and he just rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls and can't stop talking about me. I don't have to say anything for half an hour at a time. If he slows down, I go in and say one more thing. That's all it took. But now, just like Shaky, he's got me blocked all over, and I'm not that interested to try and go make an alt to go in there. I figure if they don't want me in there, I just won't go in. Excuse me, I'll be a nice guy. And Shaky's the same way, but worse because he challenges you. He puts out challenges all the time for people to come in and talk. Come in and say that here. Come in and show up and do this. Come on in. But you can't because he has you blocked. And it's not just me. He's got anybody that'll tell a story other than what he tells or what he wants to hear or what he wants to lie to his chat about. He's got all those people blocked with a couple of exceptions. And I got to give them credit because they go in and goof on him all the time. And it's fun to watch. Yeah, Adrian, I think that's probably pretty accurate. Don't watch them, and that's fine. You're not missing a whole lot. And then also that people record them for evidence. Because see, this is one thing I can verify is I have tried to tell him to quit breaking the law for months now. I mean, and I think that's a pretty generous thing for me to do for him is to identify when he's breaking the law and give him kind of forewarning that, dude, you're breaking the law. Quit doing it. You're going to get in trouble. Because the last place you want to be is back in jail. I mean, even though he talks about it, I don't think he would enjoy that at all. So I try to be a nice guy and keep him out. Well, I am back for more logical conversation. Well, welcome back, Ratherby. Glad to have you. We're talking about, well, we're not really talking about anything. Nothing significant or otherwise, but we're just kind of slinging stuff out there and playing with Shaky a little bit and boost. I was really waiting for Scott to come on because he said he was going to come on tonight and do some more legal work and stuff. So I haven't got a notification that came on. Of course, I've missed some notifications. Instant annoyance. I got you. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to put it. But yeah, if Scott does come on and I don't see it, let me know. Because I don't want to jump onto that whole subject because, it's good to share that information or that talk over there. But I'm pretty anxious for what's coming down the pike. I really am. And I haven't felt that way the whole time. But it's become very solid and very energizing. I think the people are familiar with it are going to, I think even the people that are familiar with it, have worked on it, are going to be surprised when it all really comes together, including myself. Because I know there's a lot to it. Are you still planning on doing a few panels in the future? Absolutely, Adrian. No question. I've got to figure out a couple things, and I got a couple people that are talking about helping out and just making sure that I got it covered. And I could probably do it now and be okay, because I've got a pretty good grasp on getting people up here and everything else. I just there's just a couple things that I want to make sure are in place. It's really windy. The flags in my front yard are flapping like Aaron's arms. Holy shit, G. Take cover, strap in. if you're experiencing used car lot boy, you just make sure you check in every hour on the hour, please. Make sure you're okay if they're flailing like that. What's on 226? DOA's next hearing is 226. Not a good visual. Depends on how you look at it, rather be. I mean, you can have fun with that, or you can land in a big pile of disgust. Depends on what kind of imagery you attach to it. Somebody's brave enough to put something in Shaky's chat. Davey, why doesn't Boofer come into your chat? Well, I don't know who the fuck Boofer is, first of all. So I can't even answer that. I don't know. Who are you even talking about? Bad actor wars. Who are you? David is so monologue, it's pathetic. No humor in him. He puts people to sleep. That's why he only has like 4 or 5 chatting out of all the lurkers. LOL. You're wrong. I'm not monotone at all. So fuck you very much. Hey, Z. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, and they have no front or back covers either, Chi. They've used those for other furniture. All those hard covers, they come in handy for leveling out refrigerators and table legs and stuff like that. Naps rule, absolutely. I've had some really good naps lately. Wait a minute. Doesn't know Boofer. Yeah, right, Davey. Why are they yelling that? Why are they yelling that? Why is it a problem? I don't know who Boofer is. I mean, I don't run in your world. I don't interact with your circle or anything. Why would I know who that is? Anyhow, I'm just responding to Shaky's chat.
God, it's like there were bunches
For Judy to see. Oh, well, that's Bad After Wars. That's really nice. Judy, are you in here?
Oh,
that is so fucking sweet.
That is so
Somebody
sweet.
is typing in all caps in Shaky's chat just so Judy can read it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, give him hell, Judy. You Bad After Wars. Something wrong with your hands? Make your own sandwich. Okay.
Kudos to Bad Actor.
Yeah. Bravo, Bad Actor, for trying to be nice.
Props.
Because we know you're really sincere with that, of course. I don't know. The roasting is hard to handle sometimes. I mean, it's so effective and kind of gets right under your skin immediately. I don't know if you know this, Judy, but in English, when a man asks somebody to make a sandwich, they want a man to use hot dog buns they were born with. Ouch. Oh God, gee, that's why I love you. That is absolutely why I love you. C says hi. Are you watching the chat, or are you watching that?
I'm back and forth.
C said hi, sweet Lisa. Uh-oh. None of None of this flamboyant finger snapping in this chat. I'm still here, just enjoying my toasted cheese sandwich. Funny how those cravings get you. Yeah, I had that the other day. Yeah, I actually made a couple of them. Because we have this really cool stove that has a Teflon grill in the center of the top and a big oblong burner, and it makes the best toasted cheese sandwiches I've ever made in my life. They are perfectly uniform every single time, which is unimportant, but oh so impressive. So Teen Wolf is mad at you tonight? Yeah, I think so. Because I muted him. I could see him flailing, but I couldn't hear, what was coming out of his. No, never mind. I couldn't hear what he was saying, which I think is probably by far the best way to watch him. And what's funny is he's not making any sound, so he's got his sound off or his mic off, and he's got his camera off and everything else, and he's trying to make it like he's not listening, but I know he's fucking listening because he can't not listen. He can't not listen at all. And you know why he can't listen? There's one simple reason why he can't listen. Just in the event that Scott might come on. I mean, he won't miss that chance to hear Scott's voice. It's crazy. Months ago. The Earl of Sandwich design is very funny, but I just thought I don't get the plant yet. Yeah, it's there's just no contest between what can come out of this chat, fly through the airwaves and land over there compared to what they can't spit 3 feet in front of them. There's just no comparison. No, Sunday, I agree. Scott doesn't give a fuck about KK or Vaughn. But, Vaughn's fun to play with, though. It's like a fixture. Yeah, I'd rather be that whole the craving thing. It's weird. It's weird to watch because I've got video evidence of that, where the little guy's just sitting in a chair and stuff, and then all of a sudden, somebody will say his name or he'll go live, and the dude just, I mean, I'm talking like goosebump level excitement because he's there and he can interact with him. Not that that's weird or anything, I mean, I guess it's okay. Yeah, I imagine so, Z. And that would just, the more they know about something like that, the more it would drive them crazy because that's just what they do. One thing I can say about the legal stuff that I'm having a lot of fun with is Chin Pubes did his damnedest to sell everybody on the idea that if you sue somebody under defamation per se, and yeah, I'm saying defamation because that's how you say it, defamation. And if you sue somebody under that category of the law, that you can only get $1 as a settlement. And he tried to sell that shit for a month straight. Every time it came up, every time he went live, he brought that shit up. $1 limits. And I just can't wait for Liz Gale's husband's suit to finalize and see what that number is at the bottom. Because I'm betting you it's not going to be $1. Only if they flaunt it, if and depending also location has a little bit to do with it. Public exposure is usually the key thing on that, but it depends. It depends on whether you can look at it for very long. The rate of recovery, or it's typically based on the duration of exposure. So no, they're not. It's just what you do with them is, though. If they're used improperly and flaunted publicly, they can get you into some trouble. Oh, what now? Public defamation. Learned that at the library. God, Bad Actor Wars, you're so goddamn funny. I don't know how I missed your humor before. I really don't. You're hilarious.
These cut-ups they have are just.
I know, isn't it incredible? They just tear you to pieces and it makes you laugh. They're so good. Yeah, really I am too. It's really something.
Keep them coming.
Yeah. More, please. I mean, we only live once, right? Yeah, Sunday I am too. That was, and I know there's lots of other people that feel the same way. That was, with all things considered, for those of us outside the house, it was good to see that come through. It really was. I mean, that's the first. To be honest, that's one of the first normal reactions I've seen out of the X side of things. Well, that's the price we paid, Chi. I've never claimed anything other than, you get me if you want her. That's all there's to it. It's a simple concept. And to my advantage, I can apply that to almost any fucking thing I want to. I mean, it works. Yeah, I didn't know Bad Actor Wars was so funny. I wish they would give more.
Well, I mean, that's love.
Yeah, and defamation at the library. How do they?
Not defamation.
It's brilliant.
Defamation.
Yeah.
That's some serious fucking shit.
Yeah. Especially when you learn it's a library. And see, the best part of all that, honey, is that because we're having this little back and forth thing, they think that it's going right over our heads and it's a gotcha for them. So they'll probably repeat it like 700 fucking times in the next 3 days. They were so dumb. They didn't know that I was messing with them on defamation. And that Scott says library. So that's why I said library. And it was so funny. They didn't know what was going on. They're so stupid.
Quit it and get spell check.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Can you call her? Uh-oh. Better have your GPS on, Z. Got to be able to track you down. Hopefully there'll be a Amazon truck going by sometime soon to help you out. Do they call those Aaron wins, by the way?
Good job, brother.
Library, yeah. Lisa liked that rather be. Library, is that like a strawberry, raspberry, or other type of berry? Asking for a moron. was thinking like a dingleberry might be fitting.
Oh my God.
A dingleberry would work. Someone please clip Lisa saying fuck. I could probably get a whole presentation going for you that stuff, Z. I got blueberries in the fridge. I just got them yesterday and I ate half of them already. They were really good. Oh, wait a minute. Did I say that out loud? Now I got to share them with Lisa. It was the tone. It's always the tone, Z. It never fails with it. That tone is always there in the right way. But, yeah. It's a fun group, honey. It really is.
Right now they're trying to find a dictionary.
Yeah, they probably are trying to find a dictionary.
This phone.
Yeah.
That's what makes sense.
Yeah. Probably. They probably are.
Wait, I can't find my library card.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh man, I just said something really funny, really ingenious, and I was muted. I can't even believe that.
You bitch.
You bitch. Oh, now he comes in with another good one. Lieberry, Lie, Berry. That's perfect. Good night, Judy. If Bad Actor Wars does anything really nice for you again, I'll make sure I screenshot it so you can see it. Don't want you to miss out on the ultimate kindness out there. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, did you want me to say it right away or say it really quick? Ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's going to mess with me. She's going to come up with something and put like a pineapple on my head or something to have me saying, I don't know. Yeah, good night, Judy. Appreciate you being here. Always fun. This is a really fun, good group of people. Well, that's good. I'm glad that's not happening. Gee. I don't think there is, we talked about the elite chat and all this stuff. I just think right down to the bare bones of everything. And I think you can get a much better accumulation of people that fit and interact as well as the people in this chat do. They just kind of complement each other all the time. I'll never say that we're perfect or anybody's perfect, but it's pretty good stuff. Oh God, Riddle, suck off. Bye, Davy Boring. That's original too. Don't you wish you would have come up with that, Riddle? Seriously. Riddle needs a hug. Do you need a hug, Riddle? No, Riddle doesn't need a hug. And I'm sure Shaky's still ranting, but wait a minute, let's find out. Let's see if he's talking. Oh, he's actually listening now. Oh, no, come on, Bad Actor Wars. You were doing so well. Don't be mean. Judy doesn't live in an old folks home. She owns it. So you can kindly go fuck yourself. You just lost all the credit for typing in caps. Do better, man.
It took you long enough to type it.
Yeah. Yeah, Z, I agree with that. I will never doubt the purpose or use or otherwise, just because I know at some point in time it's going to be hilarious. It'll be over the top and amazing. Just yet, that's what she does. Don't tell her I said that, though, please. Which one? The F one? We could try to recreate it. That wouldn't be too hard, I don't think. She's a South Philly girl, remember? Sailor's got nothing on her. Oh no, my Pez dispenser's empty. I was sneaking the last couple of his,
Oh, no.
and I emptied it. He ate all but 2 of them.
And he said he didn't like it.
Yeah, that's wild.
Well, try them then.
I got the grandson a couple of Pez dispensers, and he kept biting them off, and they getting stuck in there. So he told me he didn't like it, but I just realized that he ate all but 2 that were in there. So, little liar. Yes. Rather be honest, there's not a person in there that has anything original, and you know why? Because that's outside of the narrative that they have to maintain in order to have clout in the YouTube streets. If they're not repeating the same shit as all the rest of them repeat all day long and all night long, they don't fit in, and it's all about fitting in. Z, it wasn't almost empty. It was the whole pack. I know this for a fact because Lisa wouldn't be running that thing. So that only leaves me. So I know he snagged them all and then gave me some bullshit little sad face that he didn't like it. But in secret, he was pounding them. I'm going to have to watch it. I'm going to fill this back up. I'm going to have to watch him now to see when he's eating the damn things.
Yeah.
I'm going to get him on video, and then I'll show him the video. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he might be. He might be sticking them in a cushion. Yeah, it's possible.
Or in his fire station.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if they're in there or not. Well, I did learn a valuable lesson as far as grandparenthood goes. I took him to the store a week or 2 before Christmas, and walking down through the toy section, because I always take him in there and let him play around. And he pointed to this fire station that was there. It's like a 3-level firehouse, and it's got little flames off the side that move up and down, and it's got a button you push for sirens, all that crap. And he said, out of everything in the toy aisle, that's the only thing that he pointed to and said, I want that. So the next time I was at the store, I bought it for him and gave it to him for Christmas. And I can tell you right now, since Christmas, it's the only thing he plays with. I was shocked that at 3.5 years old, that he actually meant that he liked it and remembered. Oh dear God, Bob Cox is in Shaky's chat. All projection, he says. Sorry, Bob Cox. You showed how shitty of a human being you are tonight.
Projection, we're projecting that they have a 3.5-year-old brain.
Yes, that's what I'm projecting completely. Yeah. It's okay with, them saying heinous things. It's all right. Like I said, I've always given Bob Cox a little bit of leeway to be, to have a decent side there. He proved himself out to not being a decent human being tonight. 2011, how you doing? I have a bag full of Pez dispensers that were my kids from various occasions. when they were little. Now, what do I do with them? You go and you buy the refills and you fill them up and you eat them, rather be. Share them with Juan, enjoy it, and all that. Take a pick and send them, let them decide. "2011. I'm going to have to ask for a little more detail because I'm not sure what made start means. I could make a bunch of really outrageous guesses probably, but ZDT simps over there. But no, Bad Actor Wars, you're not paying attention to what's going on in my chat. Not while you're in Shaky's chat. I mean, that's just rude, right? And you guys never watch anybody else. It's only us that watches you, right? He's so slow, dragging out his words, and really slow at reading. No, I'm not. I only do that when you're watching. So fuck off. What made me start a channel? Is that what you're asking? Hold on a second. I got to mute real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I got one more thing I got to do, but Adrian, yeah, there's certain people in here that you would initially think are real scumbags, and most of them probably are. But for whatever reason, I don't know if I saw him chat somewhere or it's been a long time, but I just always kind of gave him benefit of the doubt. But we were talking about the lady that got killed in Minneapolis yesterday, and he came in the chat earlier and said she won't do that again. And that's just all it took for me to decide who the real Bob Cox is. So I'll share that with everybody. That's who he is, and that's what he's made of. Like that shit you scrape off the bottom of your shoe after you visit the farm for picking out a pumpkin for the kids. That type of shit. That's who Bob Cox is. Yeah, right. Z. Didn't take me long to figure that one out. So I banned him from the channel. He won't come back under that name. But if he has 14 more Bob Coxes, I'll ban all those too. Yeah, I kind of figured that, Butch. I've been around long enough to put a lot of things together, but some things just don't matter. Yeah, Sunday, that was something that went immediately beyond my line. I don't live on the other side of that line, so I ignore people that do. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I got a couple minutes. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. I just thought of something really funny while I was just doing what I was doing there. It's hilarious that now that Shaky's chat is a little more active, and again, keep in mind these people are in his chat, but I haven't seen one response to him since I turned it on. Not one.
Tell them I don't use Pampers. I use Huggies.
Use Huggies.
Pamper.
Yeah. I am only me. Lisa wants you to know she doesn't use Pampers. She uses Huggies. So fuck off. Get it right. If you're going to be stupid,
Huggies, not Pampers.
be good stupid. Anyhow, I think it's hilarious that they're talking to me. I'm so boring. I'm so monotone. I'm so, putting everybody to sleep. And yet they're all responding to me and they're ignoring the creator of the channel they're in. Right? That's hilarious. But it goes right over their head what that means and what it says about where they're at. But anyhow, since we found out Liz and her husband has he been live earlier or mentioned it? Yeah, he's live all the time. I think he's live pretty much every day. Whether he's mentioned it, I don't know. I haven't watched his content for about a year. I see things that come up, on the index or whatever. But David, do you know who this is? No, I don't. Should I? Maybe I should. If I should, I apologize. Are you going to tell me who you are now that you said that? Yeah, I did say it. I told him that Lisa was more a man than he'll ever be. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I should have known that. Sorry, man. I don't know why I have a mental block on that name. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Things are getting interesting, man. They're starting to come together. Things are getting solid. We're just messing with an idiot tonight. So join the party. Meaningless time. I think what I need to do, and for those that know that you'll know, I think I need to refer to this as the Seinfeld stream because it's just really now about nothing. And I know I can do that because Chin Pubes compared his thing to South Park. So I have legal tender to use there. I can go anywhere and make that claim. Yeah, I get the whole work thing and with life and everything, it's hard to stay up, especially we're in Central, and the son of a bitch keeps going on at like 3 a.m. for us, so it's hard. Yeah, snow in there. It's raining where we're at right now. It was 40 degrees today, middle of January, and it's 40 degrees, which is really strange for here. It's usually frozen solid here, but it's just been really, really weird weather. I think I was talking to White Snake earlier tonight, and we were talking about that. It just everywhere seems to be having some really strange weather patterns going on. Doesn't matter where you're at. Places are supposed to be nice and warm or cold, and places are supposed to be dry or wet. We're supposed to be having snow right now. We're having rain, but nobody's talking about our spooky Nora. That's true. Not at all. It's still 35 degrees here now at 1:20 a.m. Yeah, I don't know. It's 37 here right now. It was 40, 41 earlier today, which is just bizarre. What's this world coming to? It's all coming apart at the seams. But yeah, this stream has certainly just turned into a lot of nothing, which is a pretty cool stream to have, to be honest with you. I'm rather enjoying not focusing on anything or otherwise. Oh, Lord. DOA is a fraud. Now Scaby's trying to be friendly with Iron Man after making that sarcastic comment to him about speaking full sentences for right. That's such a slam, Fraudy. You're so observant and so intelligent and so gullible and so manipulative. Should I go on or should I just stop there? Just hitting the high points, you know. Yeah, he's been putting a lot of hard work in, and I can just tell you that as one of the people that have been kind of in the background helping him out with that stuff, you're gonna be impressed with what the guy's doing. Yeah, I really believe that, and it's I think it's gonna turn into a good thing, and once it all gets put together and gets finalized and all, it's going to be great. I think it's going to just really blow some minds. Do they read the same shit we do? As far as the chats and stuff, yeah, they go back and forth. Like I said, his entire chat's responding to me instead of him until Fraudy came in and said, "Oh, I don't know, something to KK." That's that was the first response to him that I've seen the entire time. But we're the problems. Yeah, I was gonna say, Iron Man. They think that this petty bullshit gets under our skin, that it bothers us, that it impacts us, or that we even really pay any attention to it on a normal basis. But they just don't understand. They really don't get it at all. That's why it's so easy. It really is that easy. And just like with me not remembering your name, I had that last time you come in. I was like, oh shit, that's right. And it's never an issue. It's never made fun of. It's never given any energy. It just is what it is, and it's life. And you move on, and you have great conversation, and everybody appreciates everybody else, and it's a cool thing. But they're so empty. They're missing so much in life that's all they've got to do. Just like right now, again, they're sitting in his chat, and DOA is a fraudy, the infamous fraudy. Scroll back in your chat then, David, and you'll see it. Pay attention, dumbass. Fuck you, fraudy. I know exactly what the wording was. I just talked about it, so you fucking pay attention, you moron. Why don't you tell who you really are, by the way? I've been asking you that for a year and a half. I got a pretty good idea of your origins and who you might be, but why don't you just say it out loud? Quit hiding behind a stupid fucking name that you made up right after the encampment. The meaning of life, according to David B. Well, that is the best thing you've said yet. That's the best thing you've said so far. Because you know what? If you listen to me, it might benefit you a little bit. Just saying. If you stick to the truth, you don't care about propaganda. Yeah, absolutely. Say it with me. Truth always wins. That's how I live my life. That's why none of this shit bothers me and doesn't bother Lisa. We both live the same way. And the other thing too is it's really amazing to me to watch how adolescent their tactics and phrases and things are.
They don't realize that by responding to you, they're showing that they're listening to you.
Of course. Yeah. It's like I said, everything in his chat is to me. What does that say? You know, it just, I don't care what other people think about me. I hate they took screen names and went with it. Yeah, it's I hate that too, because now I've got David B. This sucks is what my official thing is, and that was just an off the cuff thing because by the time I realized what was going on with that and went in to get my name reset, somebody already took David B. and I couldn't use it anymore, so I had to add the this sucks to it. You know, apropos, but still, I get it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They're still trying to get at him all the time. Matter of fact, what's hilarious is they try to get to him through me, and they have no idea how futile that effort is. You know, it it's like they accuse people of not having a life, being on here too much, blah blah blah. They don't take, you know, they're neglecting their wife, and you know, as far as what they say about me. And it's like if they only knew, you know, there's reality outside of YouTube, and they just have no connection. They really can't, you know, grasp that concept. But it's, you know, it's like dealing with a room, you know, room in a daycare. And if I keep talking about them, you got people like I am only me saying, we taking over because I'm talking about them. And all the while, again, everything in his fucking chat is to me, directed to me, not to him. It's funny how much they ignore him and he doesn't realize it. But I don't want to talk about that too much because I don't want to change it because it can be entertaining too. But yeah, Iron Man, they haven't slowed down at all. You know, as a matter of fact, it's even worse now because they're pulling a lot of really borderline deceptive tactics and stuff like that to try to influence his court case. And again, because of their brilliance, they don't understand that they're, you know, a whole lot of them are teetering on illegal practices and activities. So, but I can just tell you that at some point it you know, it may become more clear to a lot of them. But we'll see. You never know. Yeah. Well, you know, I can't say a whole lot about it, about that because Scott and I have never met. I've said this many times. You know, Scott said it. I've said it. It's not a big deal to me that way. But how it's done and the facade that's put up there to make something more than what it is, or to try to paint something in a false light, like talking about having telepathic abilities. You know, that they didn't even have to talk. You could just imagine it and it would happen. He would get the message. It's just nutty stuff. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
Hi, chat.
Say it again.
Hi, chat.
We have a special guest now tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't know you were live.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's fine. We're actually hanging out doing nothing. I came on a while ago and talked about the shooting in Minneapolis because I just had some shit I wanted to say about it. And Auntie, you know what? My ringtone is my ringtone. It's not an old man ringtone. Just leave me alone. And Iron Man says, "What's up, Scott?"
Yo, what up, Iron Man?
But yeah, I wanted to talk about the shooting in Minneapolis because the narrative being put out there is just so ridiculously bizarre. So I started out with that, and now we've just turned it into a conversation about anything and everything and nothing, and that's where we're at.
Well, here. So I got. Did you hear what this Venezuelan gang is? Habalaba or something?
No.
The two that were shot in there was 2 people shot today too
in Portland. I hadn't heard. I heard that happened, but I didn't hear anything about it, so I didn't want to get into it. But
it's a new Venezuelan gang allegedly.
Yeah. Huh.
That the ICE agents were going after or something.
Right.
What was that girl? What was the initial reason that they stopped her?
The one in Minneapolis?
Yeah.
They didn't stop
her.
What is her name? I can't think of it right now.
Heather?
That's shameful for me.
I can't remember
names. Chat, come on.
She's the martyr. She's going to be a martyr here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they didn't actually. Renee Good is her name.
Renee Good.
Yeah. They didn't actually stop her. I think from what I understand, from what the storyline was, at least at this point, she was there. She had dropped her kid off at school, and then she hasn't lived there very long. I found out today, but she dropped her kid off at school and then went up and was by where the protest is. I don't know whether she was taking part in the protest or not. I'm going to guess because she was there that she may have been, but I don't know. But all the video basically is showing that she was parked somewhat sideways in the street with the back end of the car toward the curb. And then, everything happened from that point on. We had a pretty thorough discussion on it, but yeah, she was already there. And, just all the narratives that are out there are just so inaccurate, from Trump on down. They're just, he said that the ICE agent was run over and taken to the hospital and fighting for his life, as he typed that, and which is
that was his initial story.
Yeah,
and he wasn't even touched at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's 4 different video angles for that whole thing, and
I've seen 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 4. There's also a slow motion of when she put it in reverse and started to go forward. There's a slow motion of that it really shows real good detail of what the physical aspect of that was.
What's her crime? She stopped by the Gestapo?
Yeah, blocking the street. That's what their claim is, that she was blocking the street. And there it might as well have been. No, it was Trump, and it was Noam and a whole bunch of them that came out with this crazy storyline. They started out with one of the ICE agents' vehicles was stuck in the snow, and that was causing a problem, and that doesn't give any context to why she was there, what she was doing. But they said she was blocking the road, blocking these ICE agents in, which would put them in danger. But the funny thing is the short clip that they're all showing doesn't show anything, but the extended part of that clip, the version of that clip, it shows her waving 2 ICE agents by, and they drive right past her and go right up the road. Yeah, and somebody also has somebody was on like a second story, either window or balcony or something, maybe 3 houses down, away from what was going on, was filming the whole thing too, and they caught the shooting and everything on that angle, and that also shows that there was tons of space to go around her, and there was nothing there. But as far as just when the end comes, to be. It was uncalled for. It was just, there's no way it was justified. No,
What do you mean? She had the right to a jury, and
well, shit,
this is not Judge Dredd.
pretty much, kind of like that. I mean, I think everybody has a right to drive on the city streets of Minneapolis without getting shot, and then we can start there.
What about alleged cocaine, fentanyl boat drivers and coming from Venezuela? Do they deserve a trial?
Yeah, no doubt. To me, it seems fair that that's the way life should be for people. You shouldn't be able to just be incinerated out in the middle of the fucking ocean. But that's just me and you, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure who else feels that way. But it's
we're getting to a boiler point here.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah, it's getting interesting. Yeah, there's no doubt. But I just the absolute absurdity of how far away from reality they went. They're really good at cooking narratives, but this one just was so extremely ludicrous because, like I said, he said that the ICE agent was run over and he had to be taken to the hospital, and he was like fighting for his life as he was typing this. And then Christine Ohm said something else that was equally outlandish. And then I saw 2 or 3 more people that were in the administration saying it. I'm not even going to repeat what I heard Stephen Miller say, but it was all along the same lines, but all very different from each other. And not one of them was even remotely close to the truth. So it's the first time I've seen them go that far out in, la la land with their stories. So there's got to be a reason for that. Just the distraction factor wasn't doing it or something. I don't know, or maybe it wasn't doing enough. It's the only thing I can figure. But yeah, anyhow, it was just crazy. So, but yeah, I was just reviewing earlier. I was reviewing chat comments and how it was easy to see where their information came from based on what they said. Like people talking about being run over. They say, well, we just watched the video, and then they make a comment, well, the ICE agent was run over. It's like, wait a minute, did you not watch the video you said you just watched? Because I'm not sure that I can figure out where you would get the idea that this person was run over unless you were listening to some really stupid people saying really stupid things.
Yeah.
And
anyhow, I found some.
You cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you just came back.
All right. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
I found a bunch of really interesting emails.
Yeah.
Between Heather Mata and, do you know who Heather Mata is?
I do.
She's like she was basically a Ludo's right-hand woman.
Yes. And was involved with.
And
yeah.
Yes. She has a bunch of emails with Francois Coster in 2023. And February of 2023, her and Francois Coster were going back and forth. They were setting up meetings for a Hollywood bar something. And Panito, which is the main investigator for the planters,
hold on a second.
CC.
Hold on a second. We got to say goodnight to Iron Man. He's taking off. So glad you stopped in, Iron Man. Really appreciate it. Sorry about that. So she was setting.
Yeah. Say again?
No, I was going to say she was setting up meetings.
Yeah, well, they were CCing with Panita, which Panita is the officer in charge of the investigation for the planters. And also, I believe, the officer who arrested and was dealing with Henry's case.
Really?
Yeah. and the other person who was CC'd in that was Brian White, Officer White.
Officer White. Yeah.
Yeah. And then on April 2nd, let me find this. On April 2nd, the captain of the Hollywood division emailed on 4/2/2024. The captain of Hollywood division emailed Francois Coster and said that I was going to be coming to the restaurant and to call 911 if I was there. There was 6 or 7 911 calls that night.
Oh, wow.
So I was like going through all these emails and I see my name, and then I received 40. I received about, and not 40, probably about 70 pages from West Virginia, Berkeley County this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And 15 or 20 of the pages are completely blacked out.
Wow.
So they sent my whole misdemeanor case to them.
So what was the base? Did they say what the basis was for the retractions?
No. So I'm going to FOIA request again and find out why they blacked it out, because they're supposed to give a reason why they black it out.
Yeah, that's
supposed to be like the code.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can't just do redactions and then say nothing. That's
Yes.
a worthless piece of paper, no matter how heavy the redactions are.
Yes. So yeah, so it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. It'd be interesting to see what the response to that. Hold that thought just one more second. Geek, since apparently you're listening, fuck off, you fake piece of shit. Quit lying about me. Okay, go ahead. I'm all better now.
Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I was gonna call and tell you about that. I got a live set at midnight here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just telling everybody I was waiting to. We were kind of waiting for you to go on because I wanted to see where we're going, next with the stuff. So I was just kind of filling in a little bit of a blank space. Did you hear from Jay?
I did not. I saw that he had some type of. There was some type of paperwork or something today.
Yeah, he got a continuance today or for yesterday.
He did.
But yeah, I can fill you in some details. I could probably tell you on here, but I'll hold off on that for right now.
No, tell me if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. I just basically what McCullough's trying to do is they didn't make the date for yesterday. However, Kramer's didn't realize that their hearing with Cooper, which was today, they didn't realize that Jay and Kaylin were going to be there as witnesses. And they showed up for the hearing after McCullough said that the Kramers worked with the school board and stuff. And as of the 5th, which was Monday? When was it? Anyhow, the 5th, because of their jobs, they couldn't show up in person for the hearings. So they McCullough said they wanted to change it from a 2-hour in-person hearing to a 15-minute meets online, based on the fact he wanted to. The court told him that they had to reschedule. Okay, Jay put in for continuance and stuff, and they had it the same way because there was 3 hearings going to be all at the same time. So they all had to like look at schedules, and McCullough submitted that they couldn't make it because they had to work, so they couldn't be there in person. So his suggestion to the court was, at first he said, I forget what the wording he used, but he basically is telling the court what to do. And what he's telling them to do is when the court asks them to pick out of these 4 dates for, to reschedule this 2-hour hearing, in-person hearing, evidentiary, that it's not an evidentiary hearing, and we want to do it, and the court should probably just block out 15 minutes because that's all it's going to take care of this. And he used that about the online spaces that what the hell is it called? The meeting thing. Anyhow, online meeting, just do like a Zoom hearing. The reason it had to be Zoom is because they went back to work on the 5th, so they couldn't be there in person. But they showed up today, which is one of the days that they're supposed to be at work, and they can't make an in-person hearing with Jay, but they could be there today for their suit against Hooper. And they didn't realize Jay was going to be there.
Okay. Now I'm 80% paying attention.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so Hooper had
court with them today.
Or
Kramer's are suing Hooper. Well, I think it's a little of both, but the bottom line today was that Kramer's were told by the judge to take the boulders out of the road. And then she said,
again?
Yeah, and then she said she couldn't rule on it because this would be a civil matter, and she was what the hell was she? I don't know. She didn't have jurisdiction to make the decision on it, but when it came down to making the decision on it, they said, we own that. We can do whatever we want to with it. And she said, well, do you have the information to show that? And they said, no, we don't have it. We're just telling you, we own that. That's our drive. That's our road. That's our driveway. And they went out, and apparently Kaylin was in there afterwards, and the judge was asking, where do we have this information? And Kaylin said, I have it. And she goes, yeah, give me that information, would you? And she called him back in, and after reading the deed and stuff for like 2 minutes, and said, no, that's you this is not what we're talking about. This is not right. You don't understand what you're holding in your hand. You don't understand this legal description.
Really?
Yeah, it's exactly what she said to him.
No way.
And shut it down. Yeah.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's big. That's real big.
Because with the fire marshal already ordered them to remove them.
Yes, they did. Yeah, and they're fighting that. Oh, wait a minute. I have to say something here. You might want to close your ears for half a second. Cracky says he knows too much already. He's speaking about the man's open case online. Bufferton didn't even know this. Oh my fucking God, Shaky. Am I breaking a law? Are you trying to help me out? You trying to save me like I've tried to save you over the last 6 months, you fucking moron? Why don't you quit typing about stuff you have no idea about? And you're such an idiot. Anyhow. Sorry.
All right.
Just had to share that. So
Leave me on the Kenny shit because
I know, that's why I said plug your ears.
Yeah. I'm trying to I got litigation coming up.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
want
Right.
if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. I just, they're able to. They're watching my screen.
I'm really trying to keep my shit.
Yep, exactly, and that's that's why I said plug your ears and don't listen to this part because I am 100% on that. So, but anyhow, so yeah, it's crazy how it went. It's looking good that way, and then afterwards he even did more, and he shared information or like advice to Jay, and he actually CC'd the JA, and it's the same one that he did the HIPAA stuff with. So
It's the citizen, but
Yes.
it's a different judge.
No. Oh, that was the best part. When
Are you talking about Hooper's case, or are you talking about back to Jay's case now?
Both actually, because now they're kind of intermingled, because of that common bond with the JA and stuff. But this is the part I couldn't remember. Wait a minute, I'll make it make sense. You ready? The judge today said, "This is not my jurisdiction. I'm going to send it back. This has to be a circuit judge." And guess what circuit judge she sent it to?
Jay's judge?
Yes.
That's not good, though.
No, it is good. It's excellent.
Well, Jay's judge hasn't made that decision that quick. That's not how it's read.
Yeah, but it's going to be clearer now, and because of the fact of what McCullough did with the communications, and he was also giving Jay legal advice again, and it goes back to him, and when he hears this, it was all good, I promise you.
Interesting.
Yeah. So.
But it's a different judge. It's the same county, but it's not small claims, is it? Is it a regular?
She was small claims. Yeah, she was small claims, and she said, "I don't have the jurisdiction on this, so I got to send it back to the circuit," and that's who she sent it to.
So the Kramers are suing the Hoopers in small claims court.
Yes, they tried to, but she ended it today.
Oh, she ended it today.
Yeah, she sent it to circuit.
Well, how can it be sent? That doesn't make sense. How can a small claims thing be handled by a non-small claims court?
Because it's not a small claims thing. She said this is real estate, and real estate isn't handled in small claims, so they filed it in the wrong place.
Okay. McCullough put it in the wrong jurisdiction.
Right.
And does Kramer have a lawyer?
Yes.
He does.
Yeah. The only one he would have.
No, excuse me. So Kramer has McCullough, but does
Oh, I don't know if he has one or not. I don't know if Hooper does or not.
Okay.
And at this stage, the game, to be honest with you, it doesn't sound like he'll need to.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna be a shit show if it's with what's his name?
Polk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. No, I think it's good. And we can talk more details later. When there's not people eavesdropping on it, but
yeah, no, cool.
So
I mean, whatever. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Right. I'm not disclosing anything confidential or anything else. It's not a big deal. I'm not giving away the goose. Neither are you. And they just got to have something to be uptight about in this world. So, but yeah, it'll be good. So. All right, man. Sounds good. See you in a bit. Yeah, bye. All right, sorry about that. It's fucking people interrupting lives all the time, I tell you. But anyhow, that was kind of cool. So you guys heard a little bit of information that hopefully will fit. What are they doing now? Nick Shirley. What does everybody want to talk about Nick Shirley for? What's the secret to Nick Shirley? Got to be some kind of a major slam going on there. So she looked and saw it was Jay's property or access to it. Yeah, it's I'm not going to even try to explain everything here, but yeah, there was realizations on what was going on. It was also became clear that the other party didn't really know what they were talking about. And I enjoy it because this is how I came into play on that right from the beginning, was all the real estate stuff, because I did that for a long time. So It has gotten really interesting, but things are starting to get I don't want to say good, but I think things are straightening out pretty well for him. So and it's just going to lead to better things and try to get all this stuff to stop. You know, this whole thing, you know, it's something that I mean, it involves certain people, but it doesn't involve other people. So I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should identify the names of the people it doesn't involve. Maybe I should. Should I mention the names of the people that aren't involved in this? Should I give enough warning to somebody that I'm going to mention names to? I won't play that game anymore. But, all right. Well, hey, you guys. Hope that was cool. Hope that was an entertaining moment for you. It's kind of funny that he calls and says, "Oh, you're on live." I'm like, wait a minute, you don't know my every waking moment of what I'm doing. You don't keep track of me like I keep track of you. I mean, ask any of them; they'll tell you that I don't do anything without your approval or otherwise. So, you know, Jesus, just nuts. But we'll see how it all turns out. I'm gonna get off here so we can go over there and work on some illegal stuff, which is cool. And I'll say goodnight to Shakey's. I'll say goodnight to Shakey's chat, you know, since they're so hooked on me. Oh, now Shakey's the only one in his chat. I didn't realize that. Good night, Shaky. David B spilled a lot of beans tonight. Oh my God. Caused a lot of problems. You're gonna be able to run with that. You know, you're the fucking legal mind of the universe, Shaky. I mean, you know, we respect that. You know, don't miss out on a perfect opportunity to destroy somebody's world here. I'm in the middle of saying goodnight to chat. What the fuck, man? Focus better. Your timing's horrible. And your opinions and deductions are worthless, just for the record. So, but anyhow, appreciate you guys being in here. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Appreciate the good chat in the beginning too, for those that were here. Auntie and Kelly and Kyle and Britt, good to see you, and Nancy, and you know, everybody, it's a good time. So hopefully you guys are liking the good thing Tyrell Fed's got, you know, well, you're alive. That's true, Butch. I mean, that's real true. It is a good thing Tyrell had it covered. So anyhow, I appreciate you guys being in here, and I hope you let me know if you like the streams, the formatting of it, the way it's been going. I don't think it'll change a whole lot from that. We're going to be boring as fuck just because it drives the haters crazy. We're going to talk about shit they don't understand, they can't comprehend, and they try to, and they sound stupid when they try to. Other than that, we're just going to talk about stuff as it comes up, and you know, just go through the motions of all this stuff coming ahead. I hope you guys are comfortable coming in and hanging out, because I really appreciate it, and I like doing it too. So, and we will get the panels going real soon. I know I've been saying it, but we'll just keep it going. So I'll say goodnight to you guys, and Lisa, say goodnight. Lisa,
I'll say goodnight.
there you go. Lisa says goodnight too. And with that, I think it's official. See you guys over at Scott's, and otherwise, have a good night. Appreciate it. See you soon. Oh, like, subscribe, comment, share, and please don't do any of that, because I don't care. All right. I'll see you guys later. Take care.